All right, so I guess we are live. Hold on, why am I not showing on the tube of views as live? What's going on? Okay, it's just a little bit behind. I forget. There's a little bit of a staggered time delay. So tonight is going to be a little bit different of a share the pain stream. What's up, Heath? So tonight is more of a thought exercise, which I mean, all of mine are, believe it or not. But we're gonna watch a video tonight. It's actually a lecture from a guy who went by the name Yuri Bezmenov, ex-CIA agent, and basically was explaining how the USSR at the time was going to destroy America. So here's a thought that I'll submit to you guys. The USSR collapsed. Everybody who was former Soviet Union is still in Russia running things. So they haven't quit doing this yet. But the same tactics that you would see them use against our government uses very much against us. Let me do something. I'll read something real quick because we're talking about subversion. So where was I? Merriam-Webster definitions of subversion: the act of subverting. The state of being subverted, especially a systematic attempt to overthrow or undermine a government or political system by persons working secretly from within. Now, what I'll submit to you is is that the United States, the power lies with the people. So that the only way the government can stay in power is if they use subversion to manipulate us, and that is the way that they stay in power. So there's a lot of times where during this video where we'll hear this guy talk and he's mentioning KGB or he's mentioning the USSR. I want you guys to just kind of substitute in your brain agencies like ATF, FBI, the federal government, the United States federal government, because it's all a system of control and manipulation. What's up, Mike the Shooter? So this guy gets into some real in-depth stuff, and if you spend the time to think about a lot of the stuff that he's talking about on how things would happen that would basically destroy the United States from within, he was talking about this stuff in roughly 1984. And what's up, She Fires? So when we're listening to him, understand this, he's talking about things in 1984, but think about where things came from then to now, and where we're basically really on the edge of some very serious civil unrest in the United States. So let me see. Let me kick this over, and here's the man. So again, this guy's talking about things in 1984. For you guys that didn't hear it, this guy actually worked for the KGB, and had some serious ideas or some serious insight on what it would take to actually destroy the United States. So we're going to get into it. You guys let me know if you can hear him. Everything should be.
Subversion is the term, if you look in a dictionary or criminal code to that matter, usually is explained as a part of activity to destroy things like religion, government system, political, economical system of a country.
All right, good deal.
And usually it's linked to espionage and such romantic things as blowing up bridges, sidetracking trains, cloak and dagger activity in Hollywood style. When what I'm going to talk about now has absolutely nothing to do with the cliché of espionage or KGB activity of collecting information. So the greatest mistake or misconception, I think, is that whenever we are talking about KGB, for some strange reason, starting from Hollywood movie makers to professors of political science and quote-unquote experts on Soviet affairs, or Kremlinologists as they call themselves, they think that the most desirable thing for Andropov and the whole KGB is to steal blueprints of some supersonic jet, bring it back to Soviet Union and sell it to the Soviet military-industrial complex. It's only partly true. If we take the whole time, money, and manpower that the Soviet Union and KGB in particular spends outside of USSR border, we will discover, of course there are no official statistics unlike with CIA or FBI, that the espionage as such occupies only 10 to 15% of money, time, and manpower. 15% of the activity of KGB. The rest, 85%.
Now again, remember the idea behind this. Yes, he's talking about what the KGB was trying to do inside the United States. But understand, your government works these same playbooks against the American people to keep us divided, to keep themselves in power. So some of the numbers he's throwing out, KGB 15% on this, understand our government does the same thing to us. They take our tax dollars and they fund campaigns to basically keep us under their thumb.
Is always subversion. And unlike a dictionary of English, Oxford Dictionary, subversion in Soviet terminology means always a destructive, aggressive activity aimed to destroy the country, nation, or geographical area of your enemy. So there is no romantics in there, absolutely. No blowing up bridges, no microfilms in Coca-Cola cans, nothing of that sort. No James Bond nonsense. It's most of this activity is overt, legitimate, and easily observable if you give yourself time and trouble to observe it. But according to the law and law enforcement systems of the Western civilization, it's not a crime. Exactly because of misconception, manipulation of terms. We think that subverter is a person who is going to blow up our beautiful bridges. No. Subverter is a student who comes for exchange, a diplomat, an actor, an artist, a journalist like myself was 10 years ago. Now, subversion is an activity which is a two-way traffic. You cannot subvert an enemy which doesn't want to be subverted.
Now, that's a really powerful statement that he makes right there. Subversion only works when the other person is basically wanting to be subverted. They have to want to believe that propaganda. A lot of us that call ourselves in a 2A community who love firearms, we love our freedom, we love each other, we're the ones that are awake, watching what's happening and warning other people. But one of the reasons we're awake is there was some sort of trigger in our brains and our lives that we decided we wanted to be free more than we wanted to be safe. Because ultimately our safety is going to come through our freedom. People that want to be subverted, people who want to believe what the government says when the government says we are here to help you, those are the people that want the subversion. They want to believe the lies. They want to believe the propaganda.
If you know history of Japan, for example, before 20th century, Japan was a closed society. The moment a foreign boat comes to the shores of Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army politely tell them to get lost. And if American salesman comes to the shore of Japan, let's say 60 or 70 years from now back, and says, oh, I have a very beautiful vacuum cleaner for you, with the good financing, he says, please leave us, we don't need your vacuum cleaner. If they don't leave, they shoot them to preserve their culture, ideology, traditions, values intact. You were not able to subvert Japan. You cannot subvert Soviet Union because the borders are closed. The media is censored by the government. The population is controlled by the KGB and internal police. With all the beautiful glossy pictures of Time magazine and Magazine America, which is published by the American embassy in Moscow, you cannot subvert Soviet citizens because the magazine never reaches Soviet citizens. It's collected from the newsstands and thrown to garbage can. Subversion can be only successful when the initiator, the actor, the agent of subversion has a responsive target. It's a two-way traffic. United States is a receptive target of.
Now, and here's another thing when he's talking about receptive targets. Think about how many people watch the news every day. They don't question anything. They just buy that line, hook and sinker. They eat it all the way up. Hell, if they went any farther up the line, they'd eat the fishing reel and the guy fucking holding it. So, and he'll get into some things here in a little bit, and he goes much deeper than this. But understand, this stuff started to us many decades ago. So there are certain time periods that he mentions. Realize we have moved past even where he thought we would be at.
Subversion. There is no response similar to that one from United States to the Soviet Union. It stops halfway somewhere. It never reaches here. The theory of subversion goes all the way back 2,500 years ago. The first human being who formulated the tactics of subversion was a Chinese philosopher by the name of Sun Tzu. 2,500 years BC. He was an advisor for several imperial courts in ancient China. And he said, after long meditation, that to implement state policy in a warlike manner, it's the most counterproductive, barbaric, and inefficient to fight on a battlefield. You know that war is continuation of state policy, right? So if you want successfully to implement your state policy, and you start fighting, this is the most idiotic way to do it. The highest art of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy, until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy, and that your system, your civilization, and your ambitions look to your enemy as an alternative, if not desirable, then at least feasible. Better red than dead. That's the ultimate purpose, the final stage of subversion, after which you can simply take your enemy without a single shot being fired, if the subversion is successful. This is basically what subversion is. As you see, not a single mentioning of blowing up bridges. Of course, Sun Tzu didn't know about blowing up bridges. Maybe there were not that many bridges at that time.
Now, some of this starting to feel a little bit familiar in some ways. How does a government, really relatively as small as our government, control a country as large as our country, with as many millions of people as are in this country, and as many millions of us who are very much tired of this government. Subversion. They get us worried about one another instead of worrying about the real issues that the government is actually causing.
But the basics of subversion is being taught to every student of KGB school in USSR and to officers of military academies. I'm not sure if the same author is included in the list of reading for American officers, to say nothing about ordinary students of political science. I had difficulty to find the translation of Sun Tzu in a library of a university in Toronto and later on here in Los Angeles. But it's a book which is not available. It is forced to every student in USSR. Every student who is taught to be dealing further in his future career with foreigners. What subversion is? Basically, it consists of 4 periods, time-wise. If we start from here and go this way, time, right? This is the beginning point. The first stage of subversion is the process which is called, basically, demoralization. It says for itself what it is. It takes from, say, 15 to 20 years to demoralize a society. Why 15 or 20 years? This is the time sufficient to educate one generation of students or children. One generation.
Now, think about that, and I mean think about that hard. 20 years, 15 to 20 years to educate one generation of children. The far left in this country has owned our educational systems for 50 years. We've had multiple generations of kids who have went to basically indoctrination camps instead of actually learning how to think critically and learning math and reading and science. Now we're to the point where you have people in school that are going through gender studies. Now we have people in school that believe men can actually have babies. Those of you may agree or disagree. Now we have a couple of generations of people that don't believe that a child in the womb is a life. Even though if we took that same clump of cells and we found that on some distant planet, we would talk about how we found life on another planet. As a matter of fact, when we find some bacteria on another planet, we will say we found life on another planet. So we're multiple generations through where he's talking now, which is going through this demoralization stage. And if you look at where we're sitting at this point, do not a lot of us who are actually watching this and understand what's going on, do you not see the demoralization?
One lifetime span of a person, a human being, which is dedicated to study, to shaping up the outlook, ideology, personality. No more, no less. Usually it takes from 15 to 20 years. What it includes? It includes influencing, or by various methods, infiltration, propaganda methods, direct contacts, doesn't really matter. I will describe them later. Of various areas where public opinion is formulated or shaped. Religion, educational system, social life, administration, law enforcement system, military, of course, and labor and employer relations, economy. Okay? 5 areas. I will not write them down because we will not have enough space. Sometimes when I describe all the methods, students ask me question, are you sure this is the result of the Soviet influence? Not necessarily. You see, the tactic of subversion, about which I'm talking, is similar to the martial art, the Japanese martial art. If some of you are familiar with that tactic, probably you will remember that if an enemy is bigger and heavier than yourself, it would be very painful to resist his direct strike. If a heavier person wants to strike me in the face, it would be very naive and counterproductive to stop his blow. The Chinese and Japanese judo art tells us what to do. First to avoid the strike, then to grab the fist and continue his movement in the direction where it was before, right? Until the enemy crashes in the wall. You see? So, what happens here? The target country obviously does something wrong. If it's a free democratic society, there are many different movements within the society. There obviously, in every society, there are people who are against this society. They may be simple criminals, ideologically in disagreement with the state policy, conscientious enemies, simply psychotic personalities who are against anything, right? And finally, there are a small group of agents of a foreign nation, bought, subverted, recruited, right? The moment all these movements will be directed in one direction, right? This is the time to catch that movement and to continue it until the movement forces the whole society into collapse, into crisis, right? So that's exactly the martial art tactic.
Now, think about, again, the left in this country, and think about the movements that have popped up in the past little while where you had movements on the left and on the right that are suddenly all being pushed out into this area of chaos. Not that they're all fighting for the same thing, but they're out there in this chaotic area or arena together. And again, I will remind some of you my original thought. The USSR or the KGB, they may have started this inside the United States, and some of it's probably still going from their end. But our government uses these very same thing or very same plays against us, the American people. When they talk about subversion, generally they're talking about a shadow group of people to overthrow a government. Well, the United States, all the power is supposed to be left with the people. Our government was never supposed to have that power. So how does that government get that power and then maintain that power? They use the subversion on us, the ones who are supposed to have the power.
We don't stop an enemy. We let him go. We help him to go in the direction we want them to go. Okay?
And here's an extra thought on top of that when he's talking about they don't stop these people from going in that direction. Think about our lovely Democrat Party, who not only let groups like Antifa, Black Lives Matters, and others go burn down cities, but then they also bailed people out and their prosecutors refused to prosecute them. And our media was running interference for them. Mostly peaceful, fiery protests.
So, on the stage of demoralization, obviously there are tendencies in each society, in each country, which are going to opposite direction from the basic moral values and principles. To take advantage of these movements, to capitalize on them, is the main purpose of the originator of subversion. So we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? These are the areas of application of subversion. What it means exactly? In case of religion, destroy it, ridicule it, replace it with various sects, cults, which bring people's attention, faith, whether it is naive, primitive, doesn't really matter. As long as the basically accepted religious dogma is being slowly eroded and taken away from the supreme purpose of religion, to keep people in touch with the supreme being, that serves the purpose. Therefore, replace it, accepted, respected religious organizations with fake organizations. Distract people's attention from the real faith and attract them to various different faiths. Education. Distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality, anything, as long as it takes you away. Okay?
Okay, just for those two things. Look at, and when I'm talking about religion, in a lot of cases, understand, I don't care whether you are a Christian, Muslim, I don't care, Jewish, whatever, it doesn't matter. But when you have those views, Hindu, Sikh, you name it, you are serving a higher power than yourself. Things are not centered on you. And that doesn't even have to fully go with religion. It could just be from a moral standpoint that I believe that I am here to serve others. Think about how far things have changed where, what's up, Safety Doc, where people used to have that faith background or that rooting in faith. All that's being shit on these days. You know, things are said from national politicians or national leaders about people clinging to their God and their guns. That attack's been very serious for decades. You have people that don't even want someone to say a prayer in schools, or they will sue the schools.
Dad, can I have some water, please?
No, I get some. Sorry, my daughter woke up. Go night. And when we talk about education, think about this. There, you know, we used to learn math, reading, science, all that in school, history. Now those things get changed. You don't have to get the answer to a math question right. 2 + 2 can equal 5. Biology, there's no real male or female anymore. Those solid premises and foundations are just being eroded. And now we get to, and he'll touch on some of it in a little bit, but now we get to, like Luminous said, you have the drag time story hour in public libraries for children these days. It's a clown show. And here's this guy in 1984, 1985, whenever this was done, explaining this. And now, if your eyes are open, you can see how far we have come to this point where you have more and more talk about open civil war inside the United States. You have more and more people that are hardly divided over personal freedom and liberty and the power of the state. You have government agencies, IRS, FBI, ATF, and others that are fully weaponized against people who disagree with the state.
Social life. Replace traditionally established institutions and organizations with fake organizations. Take away the initiative from people. Take away the responsibility from naturally established links between individuals, group of individuals, and society at large, and replace them with artificially, bureaucratically controlled bodies. Instead of social life and friendship between neighbors, establish social workers institutions. People who are on payroll of whom? Society? No. Bureaucracy. The main concern of social workers is not your family, not you, not social relations between groups of people. The main concern is to get the paycheck from the government. What will be the result of their social work doesn't really matter. They can develop all kind of concepts to show to the government and to the people that they're useful. Okay, away from the natural links, power structure. Okay, the natural bodies of administration, which are traditionally either elected by people at large or appointed by elected leaders of society, are being actively substituted by artificial bodies. The bodies of people, groups of people, whom nobody elected. Never. As a matter of fact, most of the people don't like them at all, and yet they exist. One of such group is media. Who elected them? How come they have so much power? Almost monopolistic power on your mind. They can rape your mind. But who elected them? How come they have a nerve to decide what is good and what is bad for the elected by you, president, and his administration? Who the hell are they? Spiro Agnew, who was hated by the liberal left, called them a bunch of enfeebled snobs. And that's exactly what they are. They think they know. They don't.
Well, yeah, he brings up media here because, of course, when you want to control a group of people, you have to control the amount of information and what information they hear and what information they're exposed to. That's our media. Now, some of it they are losing to a point because of alternative media and the fact that they can't fully filter the information that we can be exposed to these days. So we can do research if we are that minded. We can do research. We can look at things and see that our media is lying to us if we choose to do so. Now, I will bring this back, and it's a perfect example of the media lying to where it was early on in COVID, and of course the riots and everything were going on. But there was a group of, I think, 3 white guys, 2 black guys that were standing out in front of a store, all armed, plate carriers up, everything. They were there to defend the businesses in that strip mall. When the media did the story about it, they cropped the black guys out of the picture, just leaving the white guys, and then started talking about basically Proud Boys. Lying to your face in real time. Controlling the narrative, controlling the information. A bunch of unelected people who have the power to control what people think. Look at COVID. Look at all the mask wearing. Look at the people who are still wearing masks now because they were fed this steady diet of fear porn every single night, and they sat there and they chewed on it every single night.
The level of mediocrity in a big establishment like New York Times, Los Angeles Times, major television network, you don't have to be excellent journalist. You have to be exactly a mediocre journalist. That's easier to survive. There's no competition anymore. You have your good, nice income, $100,000 a year. That's it. Whether you're better or worse doesn't really matter anymore. As soon as you're smiling to the camera and do your job. That's it. No more competition. Power structure slowly is eroded by the bodies and groups of people who do not have neither qualification nor the will of people to keep them in power, and yet they do have power. Okay. Together with that, there is another process. Law enforcement, law and order organization and structure is being eroded. For the last 20, 25 years, if you see old movies and new movies, you can see that in new movies, a policeman, an officer of the United States Army looks dumb, angry, psychotic, paranoid. A criminal looks nice, kind of, well, he smokes hash and shoots the whatever drug, but basically he's a nice human being. He's creative. And he's unproductive only because society oppresses him. Whereby a general of Pentagon is always, by definition, a dumb, a war maniac. A policeman is a pig, rude policeman. He abuses his power. You know? A generality, generalization like that. The hatred, the mistrust to the people who are supposed to protect you and enforce law and order. Moral relativity. The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. Relativity. The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. And yet there are still some lawyers who say, look, he's a nice character, as a matter of fact. There was some witness who said, also a criminal, who said, well, he's a nice guy. I asked him one day to burn a house of my enemy, and he wouldn't do it. He's a nice fella. Erosion. A slow substitution of basic moral principles, whereby a criminal is not a criminal, actually. He's a defendant. Even if his guilt is proven, there is still a doubt to kill or not to kill, to be or not to be. Thou shalt not kill, yes. But this line may not necessarily be applicable to a murderer. Thou shalt not murder. That should be the presumption, not that thou shalt not kill. Okay, labor relations. At this stage, within 15 to 20 years, we destroy the traditionally established links of bargaining between employer and employee. The classical Marxist-Leninist theory of natural exchange of goods. A person A has 5 sacks of grain and person B has 5 pairs of shoes. And the natural exchange without money is when they bargain between each other. And only with the introduction of the third force, C, an entirely third foreign stranger who says, no, don't give him 5 sacks of grain, give it to me. And you give me your 5 pairs of shoes, and I will distribute it accordingly.
Now, that diagram right there works in a few different cases, not only with, say, employer and employee, but that works in, say, doctor and patient relationship, where the government put in certain rules, and now instead of most of the time just being able to go see your doctor, well, then you have to deal with an insurance company. Now, I'm not saying you can't pay cash for doctors anymore. That's not what I'm saying. I paid cash for doctors for a very long time. But we've come to the point where everything is so overblown that that insurance company becomes that stand-in in between you and your doctor. You don't typically get to negotiate things personally. We don't live in a world where your average person could make a call to the doctor and have the doctor come to their home. Although that used to be pretty damn standard practice for doctors. When we're talking about labor in this case, when we're talking about labor unions in this case, You look at what happened just the other day where your major railroad union damn near was going to shut down the entire United States. And it wasn't the average person there that was working for the railroad that wanted to do it. It was the union bosses.
So the economy will go. This is the death of natural exchange, death of natural bargaining. Well, trade unions were established 100 years ago. The objective was to improve working conditions and to protect the rights of workers from those employers who were abusing their right because they had more money. Objectively, at that time, initially, the trade union movement did work. What we see now is that the bargaining process is no longer resulting in the compromise, which is leading objectively to betterment of working conditions and increase of salary. What we see is that after each prolonged strike, the workers lose. Even if they have 10% increase of their salaries, they cannot catch up due to inflation and due to missed time. More than that, millions of people suffer from that strike because economy now is interdependent. It's intertwined like one body. If previously steel workers, say 100 years ago, could strike and nobody would suffer, now it's impossible anymore. If a garbage collector strikes today, the rest of the multi-million city is stinking. I mean, there's no more service. In Quebec, for example, we had the electricians who were on strike in the middle of winter. You can freeze your bottom, and they still were on strike. Did they catch up with the salary? No, they lost. Who benefited? The leaders of trade unions. What is the motivation for strike? Improving of workers' condition? No, obviously it's not. Then what is it? Ideology. To prove to these capitalists. And the obedient horde of workers, like sheep, follow these people. And they cannot disobey. Why? Because if they do, you know what happens to them. Pickets, murders, shooting truck drivers by picketers. In Montreal, for example, I saw with my own eyes when I was correspondent of CBC International, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, when the workers of aircraft factory destroyed computers and the equipment in the factory. And the administration employed strike breakers. Their cars were turned upside down and burned. Their houses were burned. Their kids were intimidated. And some victims were there. Of that you can be sure. Why? To improve conditions of workers? No. Ideology. Okay, so this is what happens basically. It may or may not happen without the help of the Soviet Union. But the natural tendencies are being greatly taken advantage of and capitalized by the Soviet propaganda systems. How? Whenever trade union strikes, we have influx of propaganda, mass media, ideological dissemination. The workers' right, and we repeat it like parrots. Yes, workers' right. Whose rights? Workers? No. The only freedom of worker to sell his labor according to his own desire and will is taken away from him. By whom? By trade union boss. Unlimited power is given. Responsibility. I want to sell my labor not for $2.50 an hour, but for $2. I don't have right. My freedom is denied to me. I know that if I sell my work for $2 an hour, not for $3 an hour, I will compete better with the other guy who is lazy and more greedy. I don't need $3. I need only $2. No, I was made to believe by media, by business, by advertising agencies that I need more and more and more. Have you ever heard any advertising on TV to consume less? No. No way. Whether you need a six-cylinder car or not, you have to buy it. And hurry up. When I was driving here on the local radio station, an excited announcer said, "You hurry up, rush and save, save, save. There is a pantyhose sale." Save. by buying more. Of course. It would be too naive to expect that KGB makes that advertising agency to do such a crazy commercial. No, of course not. But what we did
Now, again, when he's talking about, the KGB was putting a lot of this in place in the United States, understand our government does this to us. They're working the same playbook. Probably the biggest difference is the USSR was trying to run that through the people to destroy the government, and our government is trying to run that through the people to keep their own power. So it's this constant stream that you have to have more of this. If you don't have what that other person has, it's because they got it in a way that stopped you from getting it. We constantly hear themes like that from our government where, these millionaires and billionaires, they're rich and they're somehow keeping the poor down. It's all about distraction, kids. Don't look at what the government's doing. Don't look at this hand, what the government's doing. Look at this hand, what we want to show you. Where we want you to look.
I was working for Novosti Press. We would snow plow editorial offices, student organizations, religious groups with literature of class struggle. If not directly Marxism-Leninism propaganda, then a propaganda of a legitimate aspirations of working class, betterment of life, equality. Mind you, President Kennedy once said, we will make America to believe that people are born equal. Are people born equal? Is there any mentioning in the Bible or any other holy scripture in any religion, if you don't believe me, go to the library and check it, there is not a single word about equality.
Now, again, how much do we hear about equality and equity these days? He's talking about this in roughly, again, 1984. Then we move into, say, the 2000s, where you quit keeping score at kids' sporting events. Everybody gets a trophy. Before then, everybody was this individual. You're all snowflakes. And that was, people forget that was the argument with some of that is you're all equal, but you're all individuals. You're these individual snowflakes. So no one can really know what you're going through. It's all about you.
Just the opposite. By your deeds, God will judge you. What you do is important. The merit of your personality. You cannot legislate equality. If you want to be equal, you have to be equal. You have to deserve it. And yet we build our society on the principle of equality. We say people are equal. We know it is false. It's a lie. Some people are tall and stupid. Others are short, bold, and clever.
Well, I'm short. I'm not bald. I'm not particularly clever. Well, I can be. But yeah, he's right. People aren't equal. People are never going to be equal. What matters is what you do individually. How you treat others. How you go about your daily life. If all things were equal in this country, how would some guy who is just really good at one thing, throwing a ball, if all things were equal, how does he make hundreds of millions of dollars while that guy out there working 18 hours a day building infrastructure for the country that is going to support millions of people? How is he not making those millions and millions of dollars? This bullshit that goes on now with the equality, and now it's moved to the equity, is a bunch of horse shit. There are people who can sing very beautifully and make millions and millions of dollars. There are people who can sing and they do a real shitty job of it and still make millions of dollars. Then you have exceptionally talented people in other areas that aren't going to make near that.
If we make them equal by force, if we put the principle of equality in the basis of our socio-political structure, it's the same thing as building a house on sand. Sooner or later it will collapse, and that's exactly what happens. And we, as Soviet propaganda makers, are trying to push you in the direction which you go yourself. Equality, yes, equality. People are equal. Land of equal opportunities. Is it true or not?
Now, again, I can't stress this enough. Who are we hearing this push about equality and equity from these days? We hear it from Congress. We hear it from the president. We hear it from other political leaders. We almost never hear these same people talk about things like personal responsibility. We never hear these people talk about different people's talents and abilities, and hear them say that, yes, sometimes life ain't going to be fair. Life's never going to be fair. No, we hear these talks about equity and all this other crap. And then they pit each of us Americans against one another, whether it's about race, whether it's about class, whether it's about firearms, not firearms. You want to know how some people are truly genuine about things? How you can really tell when someone's coming from a truthful position? They want to be left alone. They don't want power from the government. They want the government to go away. We believe in very simple principles: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We believe in freedom. But my freedom ends at your nose, and your freedom ends at my nose.
Not. Think about it. Equal opportunities. Should there be equal opportunities? For me and for a lazy bastard who comes here from some other country and immediately registers as a welfare recipient benefits? I never received a single dollar. No, sorry, I did receive once. But I never applied for welfare. For the 13 years, I took any job. Security guard, journalist, taxi driver, anything. Well, I was restless, but some people don't like it. They immediately. So why should we have equal opportunities? Why?
The equal opportunity to excel.
Equal opportunity in equal circumstances, yes, but we know people are different. To excel, yes, provided we reach the same level of excellency, perfection, which is hypothetical, distant future. Yes, maybe. But we know perfectly well that even with the best intentions, people could not be equal. Why should we have equality in the, say, legal system? Myself, I'm considering myself a law-abiding citizen, and a person who comes here to rob and shoot, say, the United States administration under Carter, imported thousands of Cuban criminals. They were non-criminals, yet they were accepted. Do you think it's fair if myself and my wife from Philippines, who work like a, excuse me, horse as a lab technician in a hospital, should have the same rights as a criminal from Cuba? Why? And yet we repeat as parrots, equality, equality, equality. And the Soviet propaganda system helps us to believe that equality is something which is desirable. Democracy, as it was established by fathers of this country, of this system in the last century, is not equality. It's the system where different people, unequal people, have a chance to survive and help each other in constant competition, in constant perfection, not in equality, which is superimposed from a godfather.
Now, think about, again, what he just said right there. Okay, if we are truly living in a free society where we are competing against one another in a constant state of competition, that makes us raise our game up. I see it in a lot of situations where, say, I'm training people and I have two different classes, and this has happened before, where I have one group of people that I'm training that are all competing against one another. And I have another group that is just happy with the norm. The group that's constantly competing against one another, one, is going to be a lot better group to work with, and two, they're going to progress at a much quicker rate, and they are going to go further than that other group that is just happy with that medium norm, hey, as long as I pass kind of deal. What the government wants now, and what they say they want with this equity and equality shit, you're all equal, and we are going to force that from the top down. That's never going to help anybody. Why would I want to go out and do better if no matter what I do, I am living in this box where I'm the same as that jackass who's just sitting on his couch all day getting high? Why would I want to take on extra classes to learn different things? Why would I want to take on more responsibility if ultimately I'm going to be the same as that other person who doesn't want the responsibility, who wants to turn their responsibility over to the government at every turn?
Or nice person in Washington, D.C. And the absolute equality exists in Soviet Union, quote-unquote equality. Everybody is equal in dirt, except some people are more equal than the others in Politburo. So, the moment you bring a country to the point of almost total demoralization, when nothing works anymore, when you are not sure whether it is right or wrong, good and bad, but there's no division between evil and good, when even the leaders of church sometimes say, well, violence for the sake of justice, especially social justice, is justified in the countries like Nicaragua, El Salvador, well, maybe Rhodesia.
Did you guys hear what he just said? When you have religious leaders who say violence is okay for these social purposes, How many people justified what groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter were running around doing, burning down cities and killing people? How many people were justifying that? Now, get this straight. I am not a non-violence person. I very much believe that there will come a time in this country where things will get violent, but it has to be for the right end. I'm not against violence. If you take violence to free people, to save lives, ultimately, I'm not against that violence. I am against the violence that would seek to subjugate people. These useful idiots running around out there, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and there were a few others, they're just a couple of the bigger known ones, are being used by a political machine as useful idiots to intimidate, to destabilize. Yeah, G23, I think it is. But like I say, I'm not against violence for a cause, as long as that cause is liberty, freedom, justice. But let me roll that back just a second there, because there's
So, the moment you bring a country to the point of almost total demoralization, when nothing works anymore, when you are not sure whether it is right or wrong, good and bad, but there's no division between evil and good, when even the leaders of church sometimes say, well, violence for the sake of justice, especially social justice, is justified in a country's life.
Again, the term social justice. Social justice is not actual justice. Social justice these days pushes the idea that instead of calling someone a pedophile, they're called MAPs now. Minor attracted persons. Social justice pushes the idea that if I feel like someone has wronged me, if I just feel that, then I have the right to act violently against that person or that group. And again, 1984, he's already mentioning the term social justice. At that point, and then he's telling you it takes about 20 years to destabilize a society because you educate that generation of children, realize we are past that 20-year mark. We're probably in the neighborhood of about 50 years at this point.
Like Nicaragua, El Salvador, well, maybe Rhodesia, and we listen to them and say, yeah, probably it's true. Is it true? No, it is not true. Violence is not justified, especially for the sake of quote-unquote social justice introduced by Marxist-Leninists, that is my former colleagues.
Now, again, one of the reasons I will pick on groups like Black Lives Matter and Antifa is, well, Black Lives Matter, their founder flat out states that she and whoever else were the founders were trained Marxists. And this so-called anti-fascist movement, Antifa, are a bunch of Marxist socialists.
from Novosti Press Agency. Okay, so we reached that point. The next step is destabilization. Again, this word says for itself what it is. To destabilize all the relations, all the accepted institutions and organizations in a country of your enemy. How you do it?
BV, I disagree with you. Violence sometimes is very much justified.
You don't have to send a battalion of KGB agents to blow up bridges. No. You let them do it themselves. The area of application is, again, it's narrower now. Not like the previous case. The overt legitimate actions of the KGB in this case would be hardly noticeable. There is no crime if a professor who recently went to USSR introduces a course of Marxism-Leninism in California.
Okay, I'll say this, Loomis. Violence for the pure sake of violence is not justified. If someone acts upon me in a violent way and I use overwhelming violence for the defense of myself and others, that is absolutely justified. Well, yeah, hold on, I'll rewind it, brother. Just chill. And I understand that he's saying that no violence is justified. Now, like I said, I don't agree with that. If someone is a true threat to my safety, my family's safety, my liberty, and everything else, then me acting violently to defend those things is completely justified. I do not have the right to use violence against someone else just for the sake of being violent. And if I didn't make that clear enough at the start, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not saying violence just for the sake of violence. I'm saying, you know, the pure act of defending yourself is a violent act. The justification or the motivation behind that violence is really what matters. Yeah, slow to anger. Yeah, again, we're on pretty much the same thing, man. I'm not saying that it's, you know, jump out and be violent for violence sake. But if I use violence in the context of defense of myself or others or property or rights or all that, then that violence that I'm using is justified. I've never, well, I mean, if someone wants to stand there and let someone just beat them up, rob them, and kill them, that's on them. But I don't have the right to just simply go and be violent just for the sake of violence. No, that person or that threat, Luminous, has to be a direct, imminent threat, not just a perceived threat. People use that perceived threat all the time. Just like, some people use the excuse now. Well, they go jump on someone and they use actual violence because they say that person's words were violence. No, words are words. We used to understand that as a society. Violence, the actual act of violence, putting your hands on someone or attempting to in some cases, because, I mean, let's be honest, if I can react before they have a chance to hurt me, if they are in the process of trying to hurt me, I'm going to act. I'm not just going to let someone kick my ass for 5 minutes before I decide to fight.
You don't have to send a battalion of KGB agents to blow up bridges. No. You let them do it themselves. The area of application is, again, it's narrower now. Not like the previous case. The overt legitimate actions of the KGB in this case would be hardly noticeable. there is no crime if a professor who recently went to USSR introduces a course of Marxism-Leninism in a Californian college, for example. Nobody is going to come to his doorstep and say, okay, mister, come, you are under arrest. No, it's not a crime. It's not even considered a moral crime against your country. So the area of application here is narrowing down to economy, again, labor relations, right? To law and order, plus military. And economy, law and order. Yes, and again, the media, but wider scope, little bit different. I'll explain later. Okay, basically 3 areas. Economy. The radicalization of bargaining process. If on that stage we still could achieve, theoretically, some positive compromise between the negotiating sides with say, the arbitrary, introduction of arbitrary judges, third side, objectively judging the demands of both sides. Here it's radicalization. On the stage of destabilization, we cannot come to compromise even within a family. The husband and wife couldn't figure out which is better. Husband wants his kids to eat at the table, and wife wants him, a child, to roam around the room and drop food all over the floor. They cannot come to compromise unless they start a fight. It's impossible to reach a compromise, constructive compromise, between neighbors. Some people say, I don't like you to watering your lawn at that time because exactly at that time I'm walking my dog and he's getting nervous. He cannot pass his bowels, you know. So they cannot compromise. They go to a civil court or something like that. Radicalization of human relations. No more compromise. Fight, fight, fight. The normal, traditionally accepted relations are destabilized. The relations between teachers and students in schools and colleges. Fight. The relations between, in economical sphere, between laborers and employers are further radicalized. No more acceptance of the legitimacy of demands of workers. Unlike Japanese, with the theory Z, if you ever heard about it, where the workers are involved in the decision-making process, therefore they don't have moral incentive to fight their bosses. In the United States, it's just the opposite. The harder is the fight, the better. The more heroic they look. When the Greyhound network was on strike recently, the correspondents of local TV networks all over the United States were approaching the strikers, and they say, oh yes, we are doing something nice. They look like heroes and they were proud. There was some family, the husband was a bus driver. Now they decided in the protest against the bosses to camp somewhere in the forest. And they were presented to the audience as a heroic, nice people. You see? The violent clashes between passengers, picketers, and the strikers are presented as something normal. 10, 15, 20 years ago, we would be angry, say, why so much hatred? Today we are not. We say, well, it's commonplace. Radicalization, militarization sometimes. As I explained on that stage, I took a step a little bit further. Shooting people. Okay, law and order now also is pushed into the area where previously people settled their differences peacefully and legitimately. Now we are getting with this court cases in the smallest irrelevant cases. We cannot solve our problems anymore.
Now, again, we live in a world now where you have people killing someone because they gave them cold fries in a fast food restaurant. He's talking about this in roughly 84. Talks about, again, that 20-year scale. We're far beyond where he could see this. Well, I believe he could see where it was going. Or he knew where it would ultimately head.
The society at large becomes more and more antagonistic between individuals, between groups of individuals, and the society at large. The media puts himself in the opposition to the society in general, at large. Separate, alienated.
Yeah, luminous. Yeah, sue over hot coffee and wet floors. McDonald's always had boiling ass hot coffee. They told you that coffee was hot, and you pour it in your lap, and you get to sue.
Okay. On that stage, you remember I was talking a couple of hours ago about the sleepers. That's when the students from, say, United States, if they are trained in Lumumba University, or developing nations, that's the students I was dealing with, are being sent back from the Soviet Union here. Or if they were already in the United States, in the country, which is the object of subversion, they spring to action. The sleepers go up. They slept for 15 to 20 years. Now they become leaders of groups, preachers, I don't know, public figures. Prominently they actively include themselves in a political process. All of a sudden we see a homosexual. 15 years ago he did his dirty job and nobody cared. Now he makes it a political issue.
Now, you have to understand here, he's talking about the radicals among the group gaining power. Now, Drag Queen Story Hour, Pride Month. You have open parades where men and women will parade around in the skimpiest, most fetish outfits and walk right down Main Street in huge parades, simulating sexual acts in front of children. You have teachers who are constantly trying to talk about transgenderism and different sexual acts with children who haven't even hit puberty. And people think that's okay. You have a little boy dancing at a strip club, dancing on a pole, and you had people, adults, talk about how brave that kid was.
A political issue. He demands recognition, respect, human rights, and he rallies a large group of people. And there are violent clashes between him and police, his group and ordinary people, no matter what. It's black against white, yellows against green, doesn't matter where the division line goes. As long as this group come into antagonistic clash, sometimes militantly, sometimes with firearms, that is destabilization process. The sleepers, many of whom are simply KGB agents, become leaders of the process of destabilization. Doesn't mean that Comrade Andropov sends Comrade Ivanov to the United States. The person who takes care is already here. He's a respected citizen of the United States. Sometimes he gets money from various foundations for his legitimate struggle for, I don't know, human rights, women's rights, kid lib, prison lib, whatever. There are sympathetic Americans who donate their money to him. This stabilization process usually leads directly to the process of crisis. In case of developing nations, that's the area where I was active. The process starts when the legitimate bodies of power, the social structure collapse. It cannot function anymore. So instead, we have artificial body injected into society, such as non-elected committees. You remember I was talking about them here. Social workers who are not elected by people, media who are self-appointed rulers of your opinion, some strange groups which claim that they know how to lead society forward. They don't usually. All they care is how to collect donations and sell their own concocted ideology, mixture of religion and ideology. Here, we have all this artificial body claiming power. If the power is denied to them, they take it by force. In case of Iran, for example, all of a sudden we have revolutionary committees. What kind of revolution? There was no revolution yet, and yet they had the committees.
Black Lives Matter, Antifa. You take everything that he's talking about here and then you stack social media in this mix. That gives you an idea on how everything hit that point, and then it was like it was all of a sudden had turbojets on it. The dissemination of information then was slower, much slower than it is now. You know, it's almost 12:30 in the morning. We've got 16 people in here looking at something like this. In his day and time, most of your TV stations would be going off air right now. We wonder how that accelerator just got pinned to the floor on some of these issues.
They were taking power of judgment. They had the power of execution. They had the power of legislation, and that they had the power of judicial. All of them combined in one person, who is half-baked intellectual, sometimes graduated from Harvard University or Berkeley. He comes back to his country and he thinks that he knows the answer to all the social, economical problems. Okay? Crisis is when society cannot function any more productively. It collapses, obviously. That's the word for crisis. So therefore, the population at large is looking for a savior. The religious groups are expecting a Messiah to come. The workers say, we have family to feed. Let's have a strong government, maybe socialist government, centralized. When somebody put the employers on their place and
I'll let this go for a bit longer after I say this, though. Look at how many people are making calls for the government to solve all of their social issues right now. Government has to ban guns because there are bad people out there with guns. Government has to set a living minimum wage. Matter of fact, the government doesn't just have to set a minimum living wage. Well, they need to just go ahead and pay everybody a certain amount of money, even if that person's not working. The government has to come in and fix this. The government has to come in and fix that. Please, government, come in and fix these drug problems in our communities. Give us some safety, government, please.
Let us work. We are sick and tired of going to strike and missing overtime and all that stuff. We need some strong man, strong government, a leader, a savior is needed. Population is sick and tired already. And here we are. We have a savior. Either a foreign nation comes in, or the local group of leftists, Marxists, no matter what they call themselves, Sandinista, a reverend or some sort, Bishop Muzureva, like in Zimbabwe. Doesn't matter. A savior comes and says, I will lead you. So we have two alternatives here. Civil war and invasion. Okay? See how it goes? Civil war, we know what it is. Lebanon is the best example. The civil war, which was artificially implanted in Lebanon by injection of force of PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization. Invasion we have in many other countries like Afghanistan, name any East European country, it was invaded by the Soviet army. But the result is the same. The next stage is normalization. Normalization is a very ironic word, of course. It is borrowed from 1968 situation in Czechoslovakia, when the Soviet propaganda, and after them New York Times, declared the country is normalized. The tanks moved into Prague, so there's no more Prague Spring, there's no more violence. Normalization. At that stage, the self-appointed rulers of the society don't need any revolution anymore. They don't need any radicalism anymore. So this is the reverse from destabilization. Basically, it is stabilizing the country by force. So all the sleepers and activists and social workers and liberals and homosexuals and professors and Marxists and Leninists are being eliminated physically sometimes. They've done their job already. Okay? They are not needed anymore. The new rulers need stability to exploit the nation, to exploit the country, to take a...
And this is one of the big steps that the useful idiots in this country all refuse to see. While they're running around doing things that are going to give the government more power, which is what the government ultimately wants, once they reach the end of their usefulness, they're on the hook just like everybody else. They're getting loaded on the train just like everybody else. They're getting stood up against the wall just like everybody else. All right, Heath, take it easy, brother.
Advantages of the victory. Okay? So no more revolutionaries, please. And that's exactly what happens in a number of countries. You remember Bangladesh? This is the crisis in which I was instrumental. First, they had Mujibur Rahman. In 1971, he was the leader of People's Party, Awami League, with mustache like Stalin. He was in Russia many times. In 5 years, he was shot by his former colleagues, Marxists. He fulfilled his function. In Afghanistan, it happened 3 times. First there was Taraki, then there was Amin, now there's Babrak Karmal. They killed each other successively, one after another. The moment he fulfills his duty, the first one demoralized country, the second destabilized, the third one brought it to crisis. Goodbye, comrades. Babrak Karmal comes from Moscow and put into the seat of power. Same thing happened in Grenada recently. Maurice Bishop, Marxist, was killed by Austin, what's his name, General something, who was also a Marxist. Right? So no more revolutions, please. Normalization now. From now on, no more strikes, no more homosexuals, no more women lib, no more kid lib, no more lib, period. A good, solid, democratic, proletarian freedom. That's it. Now, to reverse this process takes enormous effort. When today, United States had to invade Grenada to reverse the process of subversion. Some people say, boy, this is not good, it's not kosher to invade the beautiful country, island of Grenada. Well, why didn't you stop the process here, when Grenada was just approached by leftists? Why not to prevent Maurice Bishop to come in power in the first place? Did Grenadians want him? Very questionable. They didn't know who was Maurice Bishop in the first place. He came to power by coup d'etat himself. Okay? No, we let the situation develop further and further and further until the crisis and normalization very soon. And then the United States decided to invade country, discovering that the country was absolutely a military base for the Soviet Union. Of course it's a drastic measure. Of course it's a pity that Marine Corps had to lose, what, 17 lives. Very bad. Why not to stop the process before it comes to crisis? Oh, no, intellectuals will not let you. It's interference into domestic affairs. They're very careful not to let American administration to interfere in domestic affairs of Latin American countries. They don't mind Soviet Union interfere in these affairs. Okay. So to reverse this process, from here, it takes only and always military force. No other force on earth can reverse this process at this point. At this point, it does not take military invasion of the United States Army. It takes strong action, like in Chile, a CIA covert involvement to prevent the savior from outside to come into power and to stabilize country before it erupts into civil war. Country before it erupts into civil war. Okay? Support the right-wing conservative forces. By money, by crooks or love, doesn't matter. Stabilize the country. Don't let the crisis develop into civil war or invasion. Oh no, your liberals will say it's against the law. The Congress will not appropriate money for covert actions of CIA. Why not? Should we wait till the normalization come and Soviet tanks land in Los Angeles airport? Now, at that point, at the point of destabilization, also the process could be reversed. Again, easily than this. No CIA involvement at this point. You know what it takes here? Restriction of some liberties for small groups which are self-declared enemies of the society. As simple as that. Oh no, the media and liberals will tell you this is against the American Constitution. How can we, by force, deny the civil rights to criminals, for example? It's not good. Okay? So we allow them to. Okay, if you allow the criminals to have civil rights, go on and bring the country to the crisis. This is a bloodless way to do. Curb the rights. I mean, not to put them in prison. No, I'm not talking about putting all the kids from San Francisco in the concentration camp. Do not allow them to take political force. Do not elect them to the seats of power.
Now, again, he's talking about the more radical end of this, not letting the radicals of the, say, homosexual or transgendered community have power where they can basically push that on others. He's talking about this in 1984. Look at where we're at now. If this country does fall into a actual hot conflict or civil war, who do you think would be moving in as that strong man to help our government stabilize this country?
Whether it is municipality level, state level, or federal level.
Yep. Too many choices, hit it right on the head.
Has to be beaten in the heads of American voters that a person like that in the seats of power is an enemy. Do not be afraid of this word. It is an enemy. If he is not an enemy here, he will be here. Later on, he will be shot, of course.
And think about what they're doing in these systems now, because GT3 brings up part of this right there, where the criminals themselves are well, I mean, you get into a situation where, like one of the lists the other day, where criminals will not be held in jail until they can be tried. things like kidnapping, second-degree murder, very serious crimes where someone used undue force on another person, where someone took someone else's life, liberty, or property. Well, then those people are just, well, they're misunderstood, and we're going to let them out, and we'll give them a court date, and maybe they'll be good people and show up to that court date.
At this point, he is a man. Okay? You are doing great service by denying him a right to capitalize on his own credit.
No, Bacon, I don't believe he talks about Alinsky's, his rule for radicals. I don't believe he ever touches on it. Not in anything I've ever heard him speak on, believe it or not. Now, I can't remember when Saul Alinsky wrote his book. I'd have to look it up when Alinsky actually wrote the rules for radicals.
Crazy ideas and become a powerful man, a man who uses the seat of power. Restriction of certain freedoms and permissiveness at that point would prevent sliding into crisis and probably will return the process of destabilization. To curb unlimited power, monopolistic power of trade unions, here, at that point, would save economy from collapsing. To introduce a law.
Now, 84, he's talking about curbing the power of unions. And see, now you have a government just a couple of years ago where Boeing wanted to open up a plant in South Carolina that was not going to be a union plant. And our own government stops Boeing from doing that, saying that they're union busting. Because the unions support mainly Democrats, and Democrats want power. So if the unions scratch the Democrats back and the Democrats scratch the unions back, well, then they both stay in power.
To stop private companies of raping public opinion's mind in the direction of consumerism. No company must have a right to force you into buying more unless you want it. There must be a law. You want to advertise your...
This is where I disagree with him on a lot of this, is there must be a law. No, I don't believe there should be a law telling a company what they can or cannot say in an advertisement, as long as it's not a call for violence or something like that. Or, you know, if they tell you that their toothpaste is really good, but they're really advertising foot fungus shit, you know, obviously there are things like that, but there shouldn't be any law telling a company how they can advertise things. Bring that up to look at what they're doing to gun manufacturers right now, saying that gun manufacturers advertising makes them responsible for the shootings that are done with their products. Let that sink in.
Car, okay, but not a single mentioning of buying it now and saving money. It must be against the law to force people to consume more. Self-restraint. Previously, before this process started, the self-restraint was a business of church, religion. Because our preachers, the fathers of church, would tell us, material values are good, but it's not the prime function of human being. Because you have to live with something. Obviously, the design for our life is not to consume more deodorants.
Now, getting back to his chart there, the demoralized, destabilized, and crisis, and then the normalization. To be honest with you guys, I think we're somewhere in between that crisis and the normalization end right now.
There must be something great.
Later, G23. Have a good night, man.
If such a complicated instrument as human body was created, obviously there must be some higher purpose for that. And it's very easy to avoid destabilization by denying the greedy companies one little freedom, one little liberty, forcing you into turning yourself into processors of unwanted products and goods. They turn you into machines, like the worm who there's inlet and outlet. So, and how long an average appliance lasts these days? Less than a year. Why? Where's workmanship? Oh, we want you to buy more. Okay. Destabilization process could be easily overcome if, as I say, the society, by its own will or after persuasion by the leaders, will come to the idea of self-restraint. It's so hard, we want to consume more, but you have to. Unless you will come to this stage, when, as we say in Russia, if Sahara Desert ever becomes a communist state, there will be shortage of sand. So you have to curb your... you have to curb your expectations at this point before it's too late. But no, we don't want to do it. Demoralization process. Again, it's the easiest thing to reverse. First of all, by restricting import of propaganda. The easiest thing to do. Unlimited, unrestrained import of Soviet literature, Soviet journalists.
Now, when we're talking about the propaganda or the importing of propaganda, think about this. There were times, and the ultimate idea of someone immigrating to the United States was they were immigrating to the United States to become an American. Yes, they could bring their culture with them. They could bring their ideas with them. But ultimately, they were going to become part of America. We were supposed to be that melting pot, where ultimately, when you came to America, you became part of American society. Now we hear all this crap thrown around about multiculturalism and all this other BS, where you have people come to our country from very bad countries, from very bad situations. And in some of these cases, they're not seeking to come into America and become part of American society. What they're looking to do is inject their views and make American society more like their views from the place they just left. That is propaganda. You have entire areas of some cities in the United States that are almost no-go areas for law enforcement because they are, well, in some places they're Muslim areas, and they want to be able to police themselves. They want to be able to live under Sharia law inside the United States, where honor killings are a thing and legal. Those ideas breed and they fester.
Giving Soviet propaganda and ideological agitators equal time on American TV network. It has to be stopped. And it's easy. They won't be offended, mind you. As a matter of fact, they will respect America more. But when my former colleague Vladimir Posner appears on Nightline and Ted Koppel asks him, well, Vladimir, what do you think about this? And what can he think? He is an instrument of propaganda. He thinks what Comrade Andropov tells him to think. He's just a nice, articulate mouthpiece of the Soviet subversion system. And Ted Koppel makes you believe that my friend Vladimir Posner thinks the process of demoralization may not have started at all if at that point the country, which is a recipient of subversion, actively, not violently, but actively, prevents importation of foreign ideology. I don't want America to follow the pattern of ancient Japan. You don't have to shoot every foreigner when it approaches the sacred borders of the United States. But when he offers you a junk in the disguise of very shiny something, you have to tell him, no, we have our own junk. If at that point the society is strong, brave, and conscientious enough to stop importation of ideas which are foreign, then the whole chain of events could be prevented. Recently I've been to Philippines, and I was shocked how in big cities like Manila, children listen to deafening music. A melodious nation with long traditions of good, nice ethnic music, introduced by Spanish long time ago, maybe 2 centuries, 3 centuries ago, I don't remember how. All of a sudden listen to musical garbage, blasting their radios at full blast, at full volume. Why? In India, I spent many years watching the reactions of Indians walking out of movie theaters after seeing Hollywood production. They couldn't figure out why Americans are so wasteful. They smash their cars, their shiny cars, every 5 minutes. How come they shoot each other for $500,000? Is it true that they're so obsessed with sex? Can you imagine showing a movie where each 5 minutes there's a copulation on the screen to a country like India with long tradition of respect to these private matters, or to Pakistan? And United States expect these people to respect you? No way. Oh yes, they will see the movie, they'll pay 5 rupees to see that garbage, but they walk out and will tell their kids, don't respect Americans, don't be like Americans. See? So, the process of demoralization could be stopped right here, both as an expert and as an import. And that takes one step, one Coca-Cola cans, nothing else.
Hit the wrong button. Where are we at?
Which claim that they know how to lead society. Okay? Crisis in society. Don't need any revolution. Decided to invade country, decided to come into power, allow them to. Later on, not a single mentioning of turn you into machines by restricting import of propaganda. He thinks the country, which is a recipient of subversion, actively, not violently, but actively, prevents importation of foreign ideology. I don't want America to follow the pattern of ancient Japan. You don't have to shoot every foreigner when it approaches the sacred. But when he offers you a junk in the... But when he offers... to stop importation of ideas which are foreign, then the whole chain of events could be prevented. Recently I've been to Philippines, and I was shocked. In India, I spent many years with long tradition of respect to these private matters. Or to Pakistan. And United States expect these people to respect you? No way. Oh yes, they will see the movie. They'll pay 5 rupees to see that garbage. But they walk out and will tell their kids, don't respect Americans. Don't be like Americans. See? So, the process of demoralization could be stopped right here, both as an expert and as an impert. And that takes one step, one very important thing to do. You don't have to expel all the KGB agents from Washington, D.C. The most difficult and at the same time the simplest answer to the subversion is to start it here and even before, by bringing back the society to religion, something that you cannot touch and eat and put on yourself, but something that rules society and makes it move and preserve it. A Soviet scientist, Shafarevich, who has nothing to do with religion, he is a computer scientist, did a very intensive research on the history of socialist countries. He calls socialist or communist any country with a centralized economy and a pyramidal style of power structure. And he discovered, actually he didn't discover it, he just brought to attention of his readers, that civilizations like Mohenjo-Daro in the river Indus area, like Egypt, like Maya, Incas, like Babylonian culture, collapsed and disappeared from the surface of Earth. The moment they lost religion, as simple as that, they disintegrated. Nobody remembers about them anymore. Well, distantly. So, the ideas are moving society and keeping mankind as a society of human beings, intelligent, moral agents of God. The facts, the truth, the exact knowledge may not. All the sophisticated technology and computers will not prevent society from disintegrating and eventually dying out. Have you ever met a person who would sacrifice his life, freedom, for the truth like that? This is truth. I never met a person who said, this is truth and I'm ready to shoot me. To defend the truth. Right? But millions sacrifice their life, freedom, comfort, everything for things like God, like Jesus Christ. It's an honor. Some martyrs in the Soviet concentration camp died. And they died in peace, unlike those who shouted, "Long live Stalin," knowing perfectly well that he may not live long. Something which is not material moves society and helps it to survive. And the other way around, the moment we turn into 2 by 2 is 4 and make it a guiding principle of our life, our existence, we die. Even though this is true, and this we cannot prove. We only can feel and have faith in it. So the answer to ideological subversion, strangely enough, is very simple. You don't have to shoot people, you don't have to aim missiles and Pershings and cruise missiles at Andropov's headquarters. You simply have to have faith and prevent subversion. In other words, not to be a victim of subversion. Don't try to be a person who in judo is trying to smash your enemy and being caught by your hand. Don't strike like that. Strike with the power of your spirit and moral superiority. If you don't have that power, it's high time to develop it. And that's the only answer. That's it.
Thank you.
me share something, because that video ended there, but I found the other video where he was talking about some more stuff. So let me see whether I can find it, because he actually sat down for a little while longer, was talking about some things that I think are, again, very much relevant to today. Let's see, which one was it? Is it this one? Let me see. I'm gonna have to.
Students shoot each other for.
Can you describe how a concept is formulated, turned into propaganda, and then ends up on someone's bumper sticker or in a newspaper? What's the step-by-step process? The other thing is, how close is the Politburo to the actual propaganda creating process? And finally, the 007 incident was notable in the fact that it took a long time before the Soviets responded to it, and then the military took the lead in terms of explaining what had happened rather than the political organs. And I wanted to know why that actually happened.
Okay. Now, the propaganda concepts are not being developed. They had been developed long time ago. There's nothing basically new in the concept of overall propaganda methods and goals. The ultimate goal, however ridiculous it may sound, or primitive or simplistic, is the world domination. Many experts in foreign policy would ridicule my opinion, but this is what it is. I saw it with my own eyes. I was a part of that. So, and my father was, I think I mentioned that before, he was an inspector of land forces. He traveled all over the world where the Soviet troops were stationed. So he knows perfectly well that the troops are not stationed there to collect harvests for Cubans or to help Afghanis to develop the hordes of cattle or goats. They are there for one purpose: world domination. The concepts, the immediate issues or problems are created, of course, for propaganda purposes, and they end up as a bumper stickers, probably not long. It takes really short period of time. Unlike some other things in the Soviet system, propaganda is one of the things that they don't save money on. And there is a huge apparatus of propaganda experts in USSR. Novosti Press Agency is just one of them, one of the organizations. But apart from them, that there is a Department of Agitation and Propaganda within the Central Committee. There are faceless people, names of whom you will never learn. They're kind of classified. I didn't explain you the methods today because it will take us another day. The methods include such things as semantic manipulation. The words and expressions are being coined at the rate of 5 expressions a minute by extremely clever, educated experts. And the media outside of USSR obediently repeats this cliche. I give you just several examples, not to take your time, not to bore you to death. Okay, I mentioned one thing, United Nations. The expression was invented by the Soviet propaganda experts, not by Americans. We know perfectly well it's not united, and it has nothing to do with nations. More than half of the delegations in UN do not represent any nation at all. They are disunited, obviously. The United Nations had not been able to solve a single military conflict.
When he's talking about these, and basically what he's talking about right now is what I've talked about a lot of times. It's what the left and the government uses against us constantly. They are focused, tested slogans. That's why we hear the term assault weapon. That's why that is now changed to weapons of war. Common sense gun safety is another term that we hear. All focus tested terms. So he's speaking on this from the look that this is what the Soviet Union was trying to do against us. I'm trying to get you guys to understand this is what our government is doing to us constantly. It's the same playbook.
Nowhere in the world they provoked war. Yes, they took part in wars, but they didn't prevent expansion of communism, or they did not prevent a single war anywhere. So the true expression, the true term for United Nations could be disunited bureaucracies. Okay, another cliche which was coined in Moscow by experts of propaganda. National Liberation Movement. It's not national because most of the leaders do not necessarily belong to the ethnic group which they lead, number one. Number two, they are unpatriotic and unnationalistic because they obey orders from a foreign country, USSR. Okay? They are trained in USSR, they are paid by the Soviet system, and they work in the interests of the Soviet system. Liberation. Whom they are liberating? Who is being liberated? And movement. Movement, we understand, is something which moves, unlike something which is static. National liberation does not move. It's a war. If you call war a movement, probably, but it has nothing to do with the concept of movement in American terminology. It means a legitimate, overt, organized, voluntary movement. Right? I presume your church or your organization is voluntary. Nobody keeps you here by force. Okay. National Liberation Movement is an army of bandits, professional bandits, which are kept within the framework of the movement by force. If they betray, it's like in mafia, they are going to be executed. Okay, another example of semantic manipulation is free medical aid, for example. You think it's an American democratic expression? No way. The term was coined by the communists long time ago, at the time of Comintern. There's nothing free in this world. Everybody knows it. Least of all, medical aid. It's very expensive.
Now, don't we hear a lot these days about universal health care? He's talking about things in 1984. He's projecting how a lot of things are going to happen. We are beyond where he was talking from. We are between that crisis and that normalization stage right now.
Expensive thing to render medical assistance to other people. Somebody, sometime, somewhere has to pay for it. Who? Taxpayer. Obviously. There are many other things that are being coined by the Soviet propaganda apparatus. Unfortunately, see, if I call myself a genius writer, for example, Los Angeles Times would not call me that, right? They will call me a strange, crazy Russian who calls himself a genius. Then why the hell they call liberation movements what they call themselves? Just because they are many? The logic is twisted. The stickers on the bumpers, I don't know. It depends on the ability of local forces to toe the foreign policy. How close is Politburo to implementation of propaganda actions? Very distant. See, Politburo is a group of self-imposed dictators. They don't really decide anything. The only objective of their existence and their life and their struggle is to stay in power. Unlike American politician who has two objectives: first, to be elected, and second, to be re-elected.
Funny, he understands that all the way back then. And that is the goals of American politicians, is to always stay in power. It's not to serve. It's not to defend the constitutional rights of their citizens. It is to get elected and to continue to be elected, to stay in power. And they have a whole media machine to back them up. In most cases.
The Soviet politician doesn't have the first objective. He does not have to be elected. He just makes his way in the party structure all the way up. The election doesn't bother him at all. So the only purpose of his life is to stay where he is and don't rock the boat. They don't make decisions. The decision-making level are the faceless group of experts, as I tried to explain to you. And the Politburo gives only the basic directions, what to be done, and the obedient servants of the highest caliber intellectuals are dutifully developing this thing.
Doesn't that sound pretty similar these days to, I don't know, an administration that is completely anti-gun, but can't get legislation passed, so they just give the ATF a direction to go, and they let the ATF figure it
out. Some independently thinking progressive academics in the United States think that come socialism, they will be able to preserve their integrity and independence. It's wishful thinking. They will become obedient servants of the system that they are trying to force upon you. The Korean airliner incident, from my viewpoint, is not an incident at all. I believe it's a carefully planned and premeditated provocation. I'm not sure whether they did it. They killed 268 people just to get rid of Larry McDonald, but it's feasible. I wouldn't be surprised if they killed more than 60 million of their own men just to implement rotten ideas of Marx and Engels. You know, what would 268 people matter? Second, it is not a military blunder, and the order was not given by military. Never a single military officer of the highest caliber will take responsibility to shoot a civilian airliner. My father was an officer of general staff of the Soviet Army. I know perfectly well what I'm talking about. No officer would take responsibility. He'll be shot tomorrow. Are you kidding? The order was given by a civilian, by party apparatchik of the highest caliber, and I wouldn't be surprised it was Andropov. In any case, Andropov knew perfectly well what went on. The Soviet power structure resembles a triangle. Unlike a love triangle in real life drama, it's a hate triangle. The seats of power are party, Communist Party, the elite, of course, not the rank and file party, but the top of the pyramid. The KGB and the military, they hate each other, and each of them hate the other two. The more.
Now, that's an interesting thought just to play around with here. So you have the statist leftists in the United States. You have, say, federal law enforcement agencies, and then you have the military. Military doesn't like the civilian government. Civilian government doesn't like the law enforcement agencies. None of these people really like each other. However, you have our statist leftists putting people in control of each one of these organizations that are favorable to one another.
Most powerful is the party. This is the real power. The army and the KGB supposedly are servants of the party and the tools, the instruments of their power. But in fact, sometimes they are the power themselves. Andropov belongs to the most hated triangle
the KGB. My father hated KGB because he was military. Both of them, KGB and military, hate the party. Why? Because unlike in the United States, the party is the most adventuristic people. They want to invade countries. They give the orders for all kinds of adventures outside of USSR borders. They know perfectly well that comes war, they will go to bunkers and eat caviar and enjoy life, whereby military will burn in flames of nuclear war.
That sounds pretty similar to what happens with the United States, doesn't it? Our political powers that be decide that some other country needs to be invaded, and they know that they're not going to be the ones fighting in this shit. So they know they're going to send our military. Our military is going to have to be the ones that are going to be over there bleeding. But unlike with, say, the Soviet Union, our political powers, the same political powers that go actually start the war and they send our troops to go fight, our political system will put handcuffs on our troops. Rules of engagements that are so insane that our military can't really prosecute a war effectively. You know, when the Soviet Union sent their troops in, or when Russia sends troops in, they don't put those restraints on their militaries. Our government does. Yeah, Luminous, you're right. It's all propaganda, baby. With enough propaganda, you can get people to do whatever you want if those people are open to the subversion.
Marshal Grechko was against invasion into Czechoslovakia because he knew that he will have to demoralize his army. And the first two divisions, after facing the reality and seeing that Czechoslovakia is not being invaded by Americans, will get corrupted. So you have to replace them with other two divisions. And if you stay long enough, you will corrupt the whole Soviet army. He said, no, don't invade Czechoslovakia. But Comrade Brezhnev said, who the hell they are? They think they deserve more sausages and butter. So show them tanks. So he did, he obeyed. The KGB, the KGB and the army sometimes are in cahoots against the party. The recent rumor that Andropov was shot by son of Brezhnev is an indication that the other two corners of the power structure were really sick and tired of the Andropov's KGB purges. You know, there were purges. Many people lost their jobs, and some were arrested, and some committed suicide in the span of some 10 months since Andropov was sentenced to power. So that gives you an idea of the Korean airliner incident is premeditated provocation to create an international tension, because the only power on earth which is interested in provoking conflicts and preserving tension is the Soviet junta. That's the only justification of them being in power. If there is no enemy outside, they have to create him. If there is no war, they have to provoke it, to scare the hell out of taxpayers inside, and to keep themselves in power. There are so many theories. One of them is expressed by, I wouldn't say a friend of mine, but I know him. There's another defector, Nikolai Khokhlov, who defected long time before I even joined KGB. He was also a KGB in Western Europe. Now he teaches psychology in one of California universities. He thinks that the Soviet Union developed an ESP, would you believe it, system of influencing the perception and minds of people, and the generators of ESP willpower can be focused on individuals and groups of individuals so efficiently that you can literally focus that beam or whatever it is on a pilot or 2 pilots or 3 pilots and convince them that actually they are flying on the safe territory, so there is no need, you can convince them that there is no need to contact the ground-based station, and you can artificially draw the plane by brainwave into the Soviet airspace. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. But I know one thing, that when I was a student and I graduated from Oriental Studies Institute, one of my friends, he was an extremely intelligent Jewish boy. He graduated from the mathematical department of Moscow State University. After 3 years, I returned from India for vacation, and I met him in the during the reception at the Academy of Science, and I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "I'm working in the secret research bureau." You know, the secret, which means basically defense industry, they don't have addresses, they have post box numbers.
Now, here's the funny thing, and of course, you bring that up, tinfoil hat time. And God knows we'll get accused of the whole tinfoil hat thing a lot. But it seems like, man, every time we turn around, especially these days, the difference in between that little tinfoil hat or a so-called conspiracy theory and the truth is about 2 weeks worth of information. We saw that with the beginning of COVID, where there were a handful of voices very early at the start of this who said it came from China and it was released from a lab, and you had those people get jumped on and people tried to destroy them. And now it's pretty much accepted knowledge that, yeah, it came from the lab in Wuhan. All the BS about the wet markets and all this other stuff was a bunch of crap. So yeah, those tinfoil hats, and I've been accused of wearing said hats myself. Those conspiracy theories seem to be coming true a lot more often these days. All right, Juan, take it, or Ron, take it easy, brother. What he's talking about now, and I'd have to look up the exact incident, but there was, I think he was either a defector or whatever, on a Korean airliner, and that airliner flew over into Russian airspace, and Russians try to say it was an accident. Anyway, plane got shot down. And it was pretty much the tinfoil hat at the time that the Russians took the airplane down just to get rid of this dude. Now, I can't think of the exact incidents offhand, but there have been some flights that were American flights or closely connected to American interests that went down in very suspicious circumstances. If you think Russia and their government, or Soviet Union, now Russia, is the only one capable, or the only government capable of doing things like this, and that our government is somehow not capable of doing things like this, I would submit to you that you are still being used as a battery. And if you don't get that, it's a Matrix reference. Clint, normally furnaces and stuff, from what I know, typically have about a 10-year lifespan, typically a decade. I think my AC unit stuff was put in 2010. So mine's past its lifespan. So yeah, it's our government. And again, the one of the reasons I started this whole stream tonight was to kind of point out to people that our government has been using these tactics against us for many, many decades now. You're talking about a federal government, and people don't look into stuff, but if you actually do go look at it, during Prohibition, they put poison liquor out on the market knowing that it was going to harm people and kill people. Our government did that. This ties into a lot of gun issues because when our government decided to make alcohol illegal, they created the mafia, basically made them more powerful and more rich than they had ever been. And then they turned around and took firearms away from, or wanted to ban firearms from typically law-abiding people, knowing that it was not going to affect the gangsters much at all. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm going to continue to say it. Our government would give you cancer and then literally turn around and tell you that you needed more cancer to cure the cancer that you have. They do it every single time. Interesting thought exercise. In modern history, someone give me one thing that our government has ever made better, just simply through government action or edict.
And I say, it's not, is it that much secret that you cannot tell me what your research is? So you wouldn't believe me? Brain waves. And I never saw him again. ESP, which officially in the Soviet media is described as a pseudoscience and decadent capitalist gimmick to sidetrack the minds of proletariat from the real issues of class struggle. But obviously KGB takes seriously that pseudoscience.
I tell you what, let's do something here. Because you guys are still apparently hanging out for the pain. Let me bring something else up. Because it's something that I haven't, this is an interview that I hadn't listened to from Bezmenov yet. Let me see whether I can pull it up real fast. I know I have the file saved. It's just where in the hell do I have it saved? Da, da, da. Which one is it? It is this one.
Higher degree that in the press.
Now, this is an interview with this guy. And like I said, I haven't watched this whole thing yet. I found it today, kind of breezed through it, but it's just kind of interesting to see. And again, this is back mid-'80s, to kind of see where he was at the time. And then you understand things that are going on now. And for those of us who actually are awake and actually have our eyes open for this shit, it's very interesting to look back at people very early on that were trying to blow the whistle and saying, this is where this is going to end up.
of the free world. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Mr. Bezmenov, I'd like to begin by having you tell us a little bit about some of your childhood memories.
Well, the most vivid memory of my childhood was Second World War, or to be more precise, the end of the Second World War, when all of a sudden United States, from a friendly nation, which helped us to defeat Nazism, turned overnight into a deadly enemy. And it was very shocking because all newspapers were trying to present an image of belligerent, aggressive American imperialism. Most of the things that we were taught is that United States is aggressive power, which is just about to invade our beautiful free socialist country, that American CIA is dropping Colorado beetles on our beautiful potato fields to eliminate our crops, and each schoolboy had a picture of Colorado bug on the back page of his notebook, and we were instructed to go into collective fields to search for those little Colorado bugs. Of course we couldn't find any, neither we could find many potatoes. And that was explained again by the encroachments of the decadent imperialist power. The anti-American paranoia, hysteria in the Soviet propaganda was to such of such a higher degree that many less skeptical people or less stubborn would really believe that the United States is just about to invade our beautiful motherland, and some secretly hope that it will come true.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Well, getting back to life inside the Soviet Union or inside communist countries in general, in this country, at the university level primarily, we read and hear that the Soviet system is...
No, I don't believe he's the one who stole the MiG and defected. That was another guy, and I'd have to look him up. And it was like a MiG-23 or something like that the pilot stole and then landed and defected. That's where it was funny. That's kind of a funny story because NATO countries and the United States were very worried about this MiG that the guy flew over and defected in. And then when they tested that MiG out, they found out that if you actually push that MiG like the Soviets said you could, that the engines would actually start basically deteriorating, and the plane would about start eating itself. I can't remember whether it was that one or not. Was it? Yeah, was it the one that was actually made to intercept the? Yeah, either way, it was one they found out when they tested it that this plane was not all that the Soviets made it out to be. If you actually push that plane to the limits that the Soviets had listed, that the engines would actually deteriorate. It would just start scavenging off of itself. Yeah, you're right, Corn Pop. Yeah, the Foxbat. Yep. What was it? Hold on. Was it the Foxbat? Shit, I don't know. I'll Google it in a second, make sure. But yeah, that plane was. I know everybody was scared of it. They thought that that was the end all be all of basically sky warfare at the time, and then they found out that that was a pretty badass bird, but the materials used to build that thing were not, well, let's face it, it was built by communists. So
different from ours, but not that different, and that there is a convergence developing between all of the systems of the world, and that really does.
Yeah, I knew it was a MiG-20 something. I couldn't remember whether it was 23 or 25, but yeah, that was. Where did the guy land it in France or somewhere? Or I can't remember offhand, but yeah, he took off with it. Literally.
doesn't make an awful lot of difference what system you live under because you have corruption and dishonesty.
Luminous, I will agree with you there. Yes, the only thing that the communists have gotten right was the AK. And before that, they had the SKS right. But yep.
And tyranny and all that sort of thing. From your personal experience, what is the difference between life under communism and life in the United States?
Well, life is obviously very much different for simple reason that
Corn Pop, damn, brother, you got all this shit in your back pocket. Which, dude, I love. And I got into it for a long time. Basically, Russian aircraft, Russian doctrine, a bunch of stuff. And I always thought it was funny in a lot of ways where, say, we as America, we build this multi-billion-dollar aircraft, supposed to be the biggest, baddest thing on the planet. And it is literally so sophisticated that a grain of sand getting in the wrong place will take it down. The Russians have built some seriously amazing aircraft that can take off from a mud or dirt airstrip without an issue. It's crazy, the two different doctrines when it came to building things. And it seems like America would be smart enough to kind of meet in the middle of that, to build aircraft that are more tough but can handle the adverse conditions. But nah, it's just nah.
the Soviet Union is a state capitalist economically. It's a state capitalism where an individual has absolutely no rights, no value. His life is nothing. It's just like an insect. He is disposable. Whereby in the United States, even the worst criminal is treated as a human being. He has a fair trial, and some of them capitalize on their crimes. They publish their memoirs in their...
This would be a question for Corn Pop, since he is up on things. You know, I know, the U.S., we built the Harrier. We've got some jets now that are capable of vertical takeoff and landing. But did the Soviet Union ever build a plane that was made for vertical takeoff and landing? I can't think of one offhand.
Prisons and get handsomely paid by your crazy publishers. The differences, of course, in the daily life are very various, depending on who we are talking about. In my own private life, I never suffered from communism simply because I was brought up in a family of high-ranking military officer. Most of the doors were open for me. Most of my expenses were paid by the government, and I never had any troubles with the authorities or with the police. So, in other words, I would say I enjoyed, or I had good reasons to enjoy, all the advantages of so-called socialist system. My main motivations to defect had nothing to do with affluence. It was mainly moral indignation, moral protest, rebellion against the inhuman methods of the Soviet system.
Well, specifically, what did you object to?
I objected, first of all, against oppression of my own dissidents and intellectuals. And that was the most disgusting thing that I witnessed as a young man, young student, who was brought up a very troublesome period in our history, from Stalin to Khrushchev, from total tyranny and oppression to some kind of liberalization. Second, when I started working for the Soviet embassy in India, to my horror, I discovered that we are millions times more oppressive than any colonial or imperialist power in the history of mankind. That my country brings to India not freedom, progress, and friendship between the nations, but racism, exploitation, and slavery, and of course economical inefficiency to this country. Since I fell in love with India, I developed something which by KGB standards is extremely dangerous thing. It's called split loyalty. When an agent likes a country of assignment more than his own country. I literally fell in love with this beautiful country. a country of great contrasts, but also great humility, great tolerance, and philosophical and intellectual freedoms. My ancestors used to live in caves and eat raw meat when India was a highly civilized nation 6,000 years ago. So obviously the choice was not to the advantage of my own nation. I decided to defect and to entirely dissociate myself from that brutal regime.
Mr. Bezmenov, we've read a lot about the concentration camps and the slave labor camps under the Stalin regime. Now the general impression in America is that those things are part of the past. Are they still going on today, or what is the status?
Yes. There is no qualitative change in the Soviet concentration camp system. There are changes in numbers of prisoners. Again, this is unreliable Soviet statistics. We don't know how many political prisoners are there in the Soviet concentration camps, but we sure know from various sources that at each particular time there are close to 25 to 30 million of Soviet citizens who are virtually kept as slaves in forced labor camp system. The size of the population of a country like Canada is serving.
Yeah, Billy, 100%, man. I might have to find that and play it before we get out for the night. Yeah, the speed test or speed check of the SR-71. Yeah, that story is hysterical.
Terms as prisoners.
Incredible.
So I would say that those intellectuals who try to convince American public that concentration camp system is a thing of the past are either conscientiously misleading public opinion, or they are not very intellectual people. They're selectively blind. They lack intellectual honesty when they say that.
Think about how many people we could put in that category these days. Willfully blind and lack intellectual honesty. That pretty much describes the left and a lot of the body of the so-called right in this country.
Well, we've spoken about the intellectuals in this country and also the intellectuals in the Soviet Union. What about down at the broad mass level? Do the people in general, the working people, the workers in general in the Soviet Union, do they support the system? Do they tolerate it? What is their attitude?
Well, average Soviet citizen, if there is such an animal, of course, does not like the system because it hurts, it kills. He may not understand the reasons. He may not have enough information or educational background to understand. But I doubt very much there are many people who are conscientiously supporting the Soviet system. There are not such people in USSR. Even those who have all the reasons to enjoy socialism, people like myself, who were a member of journalistic elite, they also hate the system for different reasons, though. Not because they lack material affluence, but because they are unfree to think, they are in constant fear, duplicity, split personality. And this is the greatest tragedy for my nation.
Well, what do you think are the chances of the people actually overcoming their system or replacing it?
There is a great possibility that system will sooner or later be destroyed from within.
So this is again, I think this is 84, 85 here. Now, the Berlin Wall actually fell in what, 90? Hell, I can't even remember. I know it was in Germany at the time. I was there. I was in Heidelberg, Germany when the Berlin Wall actually came down. So it was, a few years after what he's talking here.
There is a self-destructive mechanism built into any socialist or communist or fascist system. because there is lack of feedback, because the system does not rely upon loyalty of population. But until this Soviet junta is being supported by the Western so-called imperialists, that is, multinational companies, establishments, governments, and let's face it, intellectuals, so-called academia in the United States is famous for supporting the Soviet system. As long as the Soviet junta will keep on receiving credits, money, technology, grain deals, and political recognition from all these traitors of democracy or freedom, there is no hope, there is not much hope for changes in my country, and the system will not collapse by itself simply because it's being nourished by so-called American imperialism. This is the greatest paradox in history of mankind, when capitalist world supports and actively nourishes its own destroyer, destructor.
I think you're trying to tell us something.
Oh,
in
yes.
This country.
I'm trying to tell you that it
So coming from his time then and our time now, where you have a pretty large population of or a portion of the American population that calls themselves communists, that want to see socialism, talking about feeding our own destruction.
has to be stopped unless you want to end up in Gulag system and enjoy all the advantages of socialist equality, working for free, catching fleas on your body.
You will own nothing and be happy about it?
Sleeping on the planks of plywood in Alaska this time, I guess. That's where Americans will belong, unless they will wake up, of course, and force their government to stop aiding Soviet fascism.
Well, you told us a moment ago why you left the system. I'd like to hear the details of how you did it. It must have been a very dangerous thing.
It was not so dangerous, it was crazy. First of all, because defecting in India is virtually impossible, thanks to very strong pressure from the Soviet government.
Excuse me, you were in India. On assignment at that time.
Yes, I was working for the Soviet embassy in New Delhi as a press officer. And defecting for a Soviet diplomat is next to impossible. It's a suicide, as I said, because a great friend Indira Gandhi pushed a law through parliament which says, and I quote, "No defector from any country has a right of political asylum in any embassy on the territory of Indian Republic," which is a masterpiece of hypocrisy. No other defector but the Soviet one needs a political asylum. So knowing that perfectly well, I planned a craziest possible way to defect. I studied counterculture in India. There were thousands of young American boys and girls with no shoes, long hair, smoking hash and marijuana, studying sometimes Indian philosophy, sometimes simply pretending that they study. And they greatly annoyed Indian police, and they were laughing stock of Indians because obviously they were good-for-nothing students. I studied carefully.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What's up, Texas? T. This guy's talking about this. He was in India. This was, I think, in the 70s, 60-something 70s when he's in India talking about the college students. Realize that the people he is talking about then, a lot of them came home and actually started teaching college later.
Where they congregate, what routes they travel, what language they speak, what do they smoke. And one day I simply joined a group of hippies to avoid detection of Indian police. I was dressed as a typical hippie with blue jeans, long camise shirts with all kind of nice decorations like beads, long hairs, I bought a wig because for several weeks I had to turn myself from a conservative Soviet diplomat into a very progressive American hippie. And that was the only way that I could avoid detection. It was very interesting experience, but it was necessary because from my own knowledge as a member of Soviet embassy staff, I knew that there were many cases when Soviet defectors were betrayed by Indian police, and also some Western embassies played a very dirty role in betraying the Soviet defectors. According to our information, they were some, I wouldn't call them double agents, but simply immoral people working for this for the United States embassy, and confiding in people like this would be a suicide. So I had to be extremely careful. I could not trust anyone, and that was the reason for such a crazy way to defect.
Well, had you been caught in the act of trying to get out, what would have happened to you?
Oh, most likely I would end up in concentration camp, or.
All right. Here's where I got to say, I do believe that our country went to the moon. We landed on the moon. We did our thing. We did that with no real supercomputers. We did that with people who were working hard math. And we did that for purely propaganda reasons, to be honest with you. But we have come so far from a group of people who are willing to put it all on the line to do something like that, to I need my cry closet and safe spaces, that it is really no wonder to me that we haven't been back yet.
Depending on the situation and on the whim of some bureaucrat in KGB, maybe even executed. This is normal practice. Quietly, of course, not publicly. But that would be the end of my defection, of course.
Well, when did you finally make it to the United States?
In 1970, after about 6 months of debriefing in Athens by the CIA, and I presume FBI too, they let me go first to Germany, then to Canada. That was my decision. I had to change my identity to.
I love watching the side, or when everybody gets into it in the side chat. It was. The reason we went to the moon was to basically prove that we had better technology than the Soviet Union at the time. That was it. It was a giant propaganda battle. Now, were there serious ramifications from some of that? Yes. Because if you own space, and by own, I mean you can actually operate in space, well, that kind of gives you some serious power, because if you can put certain things in orbit, much like Ronald Reagan talked about, and people made fun of him about the whole Star Wars deal, if you can put things in orbit, you can surveil or you can actually attack other countries without having to send manned equipment over to those areas. So we went from, and it's kind of funny to think of. Think of it in terms of 1960s. We didn't have really anything in orbit at the time. In one lifetime, we have gone from nothing in orbit to probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of objects in orbit. When you think about different satellites, when you think about debris, when you think about space stations. In a very average lifespan for a person these days. Now that you say it, Corn Pop, I think I remember hearing something about that. Because, of course, there were a lot of German scientists that we ended up with that actually helped us get into space.
Protect my family and my friends in USSR. And also I was a little bit paranoid knowing that both Soviet KGB and probably some double agents within American system may be after me. So I wanted to settle down as far away as possible. I requested CIA to give me some kind of new identity and just let me go on my own. And I settled in Canada. I was a student. I changed many professions, from farm help and laundry truck driver to language instructor and broadcaster for Canadian Broadcasting Corporations in Montreal.
Well, have you had any threats on your life or any
Yes.
unpleasant
In about 5 years, KGB eventually discovered that I am working for Canadian Broadcasting. I made a very big mistake. I started working for overseas service of CBC, which is similar to Voice of America, in Russian language. And of course, monitoring service in USSR picked up every new voice. Every new announcer they would make it a point to discover who he is. And in 5 years, sure enough, slowly but surely, they discovered that I am not Thomas Schumann, that I.
So, even back in early or late 70s, early 80s, he's talking about the KGB, the Russians, being able to identify people by voice. Think about how far that technology's come to these days, where we have a national security agency that basically is responsible for recording every piece of digital data that can be sent across the internet. That's just an interesting thought. You know what that is? That's an interesting fact.
I'm Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, and that I'm working for Canadian Broadcasting and undermining beautiful détente between Canada and USSR. And the Soviet ambassador Alexander Yakovlev made it his personal effort to discredit me. He complained to Pierre Trudeau, who is known to be a little bit soft on socialism. And the management of CBC behaved in a very strange, cowardly way, unbecoming to representatives of an independent country like Canada. They listened to every suggestion that Soviet ambassador gave, and they started shameful investigation, analyzing content of my broadcasts to USSR. And sure enough, they discovered that some of my statements were probably would be offending to the Soviet Politburo. So I had to leave my job. And of course, subtle intimidations. They would say something like, please cross the street carefully because, you know, traffic is very heavy in Quebec. And fortunately, I know about the psychology and the logic of activity of the KGB, and I never allowed myself to be intimidated. This is the worst thing. This is what they expect a person, a defector, to be intimidated. Once they spot that you are scared, they keep on developing that line. Mm-hmm. And then eventually you either have to give up entirely and work for them, or they neutralize you. They would definitely stop all kind of political activity, which they failed to do in my case, because I was stubbornly working for the Canadian Broadcasting. And in response to their intimidations, I said that, look, this is a free country, and I am as free as you are. And I also can drive very fast. And gun control is not yet established in Canada, so I had a couple of good shotguns in my basement. So welcome to visit me someday with your Kalashnikovs machine guns. So obviously it didn't work, intimidation didn't work. So they tried different approach, as I described. They approach on the highest level, on the level of Canadian bureaucracy.
And at that level they were
on
successful.
that level they were successful. On individual level they failed flat.
Mr. Bezmenov has brought a series of slides with him that he has taken from the Soviet Union, and I think this is a good time to take a look at the slides.
Yes.
Now, the viewers will be able to see these slides as we talk about them.
Yes, this is a collection of slides which are, some of them are snapshots from my family album, some of them are documents which I smuggled from the Soviet embassy, and some are reproductions from local mass media.
This kind of a very interesting story. And of course, he brings a really good perspective to how people can be manipulated. And it doesn't change no matter what country you're in, from what I can see. Because, again, people in the United States, you would think, since we walk around with these supercomputers in our hand all the time, that people would have some research skills. But they don't. This gets back to giving away the educational system to the left, or the radical left in this country, decades ago. You have multiple generations now that have been educated in these government schools, and they have been taught how to think, or they've been taught what to think, not how to think. If you raise people telling them how they should think versus, or what to think versus how they should think, you leave people very easily open to manipulation. Because let's face it, people get lazy. They don't want to ask the question, why? It'll drive you crazy with a 3-year-old when a 3-year-old asks you why 47,000 times. But why is a very important question.
I usually show them to establish my credibility as a defector. This is a picture of my native town, Mytishi, about 20 miles north from Moscow.
Here's something that's I don't think I've talked about on the stream before. One of the guys that I work for when I work for a company, and I won't go into the exact company right now, he was a Soviet defector in the 80s, I want to say, when he actually made it to the United States. And funny thing was, when you talk to him, much like many people who have moved to the United States from communist or socialist countries, he was very much a fan of the freedoms that were afforded to him in the United States. This guy ended up working probably in the lowest levels you could start out in a company, and ended up being one of the vice presidents of this company, multi-million-dollar company, and did it through hard work. And these days, the left in this country would spit in his face and call him a piece of shit for saying that communism and socialism are wrong. I don't know. I can watch a duck wobble and not be happy. Normally, if I'm watching boobies wobble, I'm pretty happy.
Moscow. Characteristically, there's a statue of Comrade Lenin in the central square. This is myself at the age of 7, again, characteristically, and the statue of Comrade Stalin extending his friendly hand to peoples of the world. At that age, of course, I was still idealistically minded young communist, and I still believe that sooner or later things will go for better. But I realized that the system stinks, that something is fishy, and that ideology is fake. And the propaganda about advanced Soviet agriculture simply didn't meet the criteria of reality. If they talk about abundance of food and there is none in the stores, there must be something wrong. My father was, he's on the left.
You know, I'm pretty sure I could find a video, or someone else could if they wanted to look it up real quick, of Bernie Sanders saying that standing in food lines was a good thing.
Here, my father was officer of the General Staff of the Soviet Army. He was inspector of land forces, Soviet troops stationed in countries like Mongolia, Cuba, East European countries. Were he alive today, most likely he would be inspecting Soviet troops in Nicaragua, Angola, and many other parts of the world. Fortunately, he died and he didn't see the disgrace, because deep inside he was a Russian patriot. He didn't like the idea of expanding Soviet military might, especially in the areas where we were not welcomed at all. Unlike many other military officers, he was reporting directly to the Minister of Defense, bypassing KGB and diplomatic service. In other words, he was a trusted military professional. And my impression that...
Night, Clint. Man, take it easy, brother. We'll catch you again. Get some sleep and be cool, brother.
This type of people are much less hawkish and adventuristic than party bureaucrats in Kremlin. When American mass media describes Soviet military as potentially dangerous counterpart for Pentagon, I simply laugh, because I know better. I know that the most dangerous part of the Soviet power structures are not military at all. Most likely, if they come to power in my country, they'll be more sensible negotiators for nuclear disarmament and withdrawal of the Soviet troops from many parts of the world.
But if someone from the party structure or the KGB structure were to give the orders for a military
they have to obey,
they
yes,
would follow
because
them.
they are professional military. But they, you see, the triangle of power and hate in USSR is the party at the top, the party elite, the oligarchy of the party, then the military and the KGB at the bottom. They hate each other. And the most hated triangle, the most hated corner of the triangle is the Communist Party bureaucrats. They are the most adventuristic, senile megalomaniacs. They can start war, I wouldn't be surprised. Not the military. They know what war is. Yes. At least my father did. This is the picture taken at the entrance of my Institute of Oriental Languages. It's a part of Moscow State University. I graduated in 1963, and now,
excuse me, which one were you on?
I am on the right.
You're on the right.
And on the left is my my schoolmate Vadim Smirnov, who later was a apparatchik in the Central Committee of the Soviet Union Communist Party.
What is an apparatchik?
It's a functionary, something like civil service in British Empire. Someone who is never fired from the service. He stays there internally. He may not be promoted too high, but he's a dependable bureaucrat who will stay forever. I studied not only languages, but also history, literature, even music. I'm on this picture, I'm trying to learn how to play Indian musical instrument. I even tried to look like an Indian when I was second-year student.
Not bad, really.
Yes, actually, it was strongly encouraged by the instructors in my school, because the graduates of my school were later on employed as diplomats, foreign journalists.
All right, so we got to look at this real fast. Corn Pop just put the link up, so yeah, let's have a little fun with this.
I thought you were joking, but no, Bernie really said.
Now, if you guys don't know John Stossel, you guys should look up John Stossel. John Stossel is really a good journalist. Someone who has really done journalism based on facts, which is something we don't see often.
This about communism in Nicaragua.
You know, it's funny, sometimes American journalists talk about how bad a country is because people are lining up for food.
Yeah, we're going to watch some of it, though, Corn Pop. Long one, short one, shit. Let's watch my man Bernie Sanders, since people seem to so love him.
That's a good thing. In other countries, people don't line up for food. The rich get the food and the poor starve to death.
So that is my man, Bernie Sanders, who says that standing in bread lines is a good thing. And while we're just kind of bouncing through this video, all these people in Venezuela. Now, if you don't realize it, Venezuela could be probably the richest country on this planet with the resources in that country. All these people are standing in line just to get something to eat. Venezuela is another country where they figured out what rabbit starvation is. They actually ate the zoo animals. Yeah, got to love me some socialism.
Spies. As every Soviet student, I was quote-unquote volunteering for harvesting grain in Kazakhstan. This is a biggest agricultural blunder of the Soviet government. But I didn't have much choice, of course.
Here's something, and I'll see how many of you guys in chat have noticed this in the past, say 2 years. Yeah, it's about 2 years, because it started actually before COVID. It's maybe a little over. Some of the stores that you frequent, where you used to be sure you could go get certain items, and you can pick any item, for instance. When you went to those stores, all of a sudden you started noticing that that item either wasn't there or they had a shitload less of it. And then in the last at least year or so, you noticed that certain sections of the stores had a shitload of one thing on the aisle where your item that you used to buy used to be. Now they have different displays on that aisle. They have a lot of different items on that aisle, but they don't carry what you were looking for. Or in some cases, you see an aisle from across the store, and you go to walk over to that aisle thinking it had products on it, Well, what it really has on it is representations of products.
Because the communist motto borrowed from the Bible says, "Those who do not work shall not eat." And you can see me eating, therefore I was working, and you can see how happy I was about it. I went through a very extensive physical and military training, including the military games in areas, suburban areas of Moscow. And here, for example, we are on a tour in Arkhangelsk area. And by the end of my training in school, I was recruited by the KGB. This picture was taken on that day, and you can see again how happy it feels to be recruited by the KGB.
Our conversation with Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov, who is a defector from the Soviet Union, a former propaganda agent for Novosti and the KGB, will continue after this message.
As every student in USSR, I went through very extensive physical and military training and civil defense training too. Unlike in the United States, where civil defense is virtually non-existent, zero. In USSR, every student...
Yeah, Mike, you got that 100% correct, and I couldn't think of the term. But yep. Fronting and facing. Making the shells look like they're actually full when they're not.
Whatever is major subject has to go through very extensive 4-year military and civil defense training. You can see me here with a group of students during one of the war games near Moscow. The main idea, of course, is to prepare a huge reserve army of the USSR. Each student has to graduate as a junior lieutenant. In my case, it was administrative and military intelligence service. My first assignment was to India as a translator with the Soviet Economical Aid Group, building refinery complexes in Bihar state and Gujarat state. At that time, I was still naively, idealistically believing that what I was doing contributes to the understanding and cooperation between the nations. It took me quite a number of years to realize that what we were bringing to India was a new type of colonialism.
God damn, Corn Pop.
1,000 times more oppressive and exploitative than any colonialism or imperialism in history of mankind. But at that time I was still hoping that, well, maybe it's not that bad, could be worse, and things may go for better. And I even tried to implement the beautiful Marxist motto, "Proletarians of all the countries unite." I tried to unite with a nice Indian girl, and I was fascinated by Indian culture, by the family life in this country. But obviously Communist Party had different plans for my genes, so I had to marry this beautiful Russian girl. In the span of my career, I married 3 times. Most of these marriages were marriages of convenience, on advice from the Department of Personnel. This is normal practice in USSR. When a Soviet citizen is assigned to a foreign job, he has to be married, either to keep family in USSR as hostages, or, if it's a convenience marriage like mine, so that the husband and wife are virtually informers on each other to prevent defection or contamination by decadent imperialist or capitalist ideas. In my case, I hated that girl so much that the moment I landed in Moscow, we were divorced, and I married later, second time. By the end of my first assignment in India, I was promoted to the position of public relation officer. You can see me here translating a speech by a Soviet boss.
And you're on the right.
I'm on the right here, yes. And it was, the occasion was commissioning of the refinery complex in Bihar, Barauni. back in Moscow, I was immediately recruited by Novosti Press Agency, which is a propaganda and ideological subversion front for the KGB. 75% of the members of the Novosti are commissioned officers of the KGB. The other 25 are, like myself, co-opted agents who are assigned to specific operations. In this particular case, you can see me talking to students of Lumumba Friendship University in Moscow. This is a huge school under the direct control of the KGB and Central Committee, where future leaders of the so-called national liberation movements are being educated and selected carefully. And some of them have absolutely, this, for example, is a group of students from Lumumba. They don't look like students at all. They look more like military, and that's exactly what they were. They were dispatched back to their countries to be leaders of the...
You look at a picture, he's showing it off like that. How many pictures have we seen in, say, protests or something like that, or a gun rights rally, for instance, that looks like it's a stone cold group of feds glowing their asses off, standing there wearing the same jorts and polo shirts? I can see a couple in my head right now.
So-called national liberation movements, or to be translated into normal human language, leaders of international terrorist groups. Another area of activity when I was working for the Novosti was to accompany groups of so-called progressive intellectuals, writers, journalists, publishers, teachers, professors of colleges. You can see me here in Kremlin. I'm second on the left. With
How many times these days do we hear progressive and so-called intellectuals, these whole lesbian dance theory classes, gender studies?
a group of Pakistani and Indian intellectuals. Most of them pretended they don't understand that we are actually working on behalf of the Soviet government and the KGB. They pretended that they are actually being guests, VIP intellectuals, that they are treated according to their merits and their intellectual abilities. For us, they were just a bunch of political prostitutes to be taken advantage for various propaganda operations. Therefore, you can see perfectly well the senior colleague of mine on the left doesn't really have that much respect on his face, and myself with a very skeptical smile, typical KGB sarcastic smile, anticipating another victim of ideological brainwashing. This is how a typical conference in Novosti headquarters in Moscow looked like. Sitting in the middle is Boris Burkov, the then director of Novosti Press Agency, high-ranking party bureaucrat in the Department of Propaganda. I am standing next to a famous Indian poet, Sumitranandan Pant.
Oh yeah, dude. Bacon, you're right. Yeah, political prostitute, worst kind of prostitute. Very much so. And we are overrun with them in America, especially when you get into so-called higher institutions of higher learning.
He was famous because he was an author. He was the author of a famous poem titled Rhapsody to Lenin. That's why he was invited to USSR, and everything was paid by the Soviet government. Pay special attention to number of bottles on the table. This is one of the ways to kill the awareness or curiosity of foreign journalists. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport. I had to take them to the VIP lounge and toast to friendship and understanding between the nations of the world. Glass of vodka, then a second glass of vodka. And in no time, my guests would be feeling very happy. They would see everything in kind of pink, nice color. And that's the way I had to keep them permanently for the next 15 or 20 days. At certain point in time, I had to withdraw alcohol from them so that some of them, who are the most recruitable, would feel a little bit shaky, guilty, trying to remember what they were talking last night. That's the time to approach them with all kind of nonsense, such as joint communique or statement for Soviet propaganda. That's the time they are the most flexible. And of course, what they didn't understand, they didn't realize or pretended not to realize, that myself, who was drinking together with them, was not drinking at all. I had ways to get rid of alcohol through various techniques, including special pills which were given to me by my colleagues. But they were taking it seriously. In other words, they would consume quite large volumes of alcohol and feel quite uneasy next morning. In 1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies, propaganda cliché, which were presented to American readers as opinions and deductions of American journalists. Nothing could be far from truth. These were not opinions. They were not opinions at all. They were the clichés which the Soviet propaganda wants American public to think that they think.
Yeah, the Soviet Union and now Russia really doesn't want you speaking out against them. Now, it's funny to me how some people that were involved in an incident on the Capitol were held in jail and held in prison without representation and completely devoid of their rights because they chose to speak against our government. There were people at that time who got violent. There's no doubt. However, when you dig a little deeper into that entire situation, you will see that people were either manipulated or provoked. But are still very much in prison for the mere act of walking into a building that they basically own.
If it does make any sense at all. It sure does, because from the viewpoint of the Soviet propaganda, although there are some subtle criticism of the Soviet system, the basic message is that Russia today is a nice, functioning, efficient system supported by majority of population.
And the American government is a nice, efficient system supported by most of Americans. Propaganda.
That's the biggest lie. And of course, American intellectuals and journalists from Look magazine elaborated on that untruth in various different ways. They intellectualized that lie. They found all kinds of justifications for telling lies to American public.
Excuse me, it was partly your job to make sure that they got these ideas and accepted them as their own ideas.
Right. Actually, even before they arrived to USSR, and they paid astronomical sum of money for that visit, they were submitted, this Novosti Press Agency developed so-called backgrounders, 20-25 pages of information and opinions which were presented to the journalists even before they bought their tickets to Moscow. They had to analyze the situation, and judging on their reaction to that backgrounder, the local Novosti representative or local Soviet diplomat in Washington, D.C. would assess whether they be given visa to USSR or not.
So but they were selected ahead of time.
Oh yes, they were pre-selected very carefully, and there is not much chance for honest journalists to arrive to USSR and to stay there for 1 year and to bring this package of lies back home. This, for example, is a centerfold of the Look magazine. They presented this monument erected by Communist Party in Stalingrad as the symbol, personification of Russian military might. And they said in the article, which is published on the site, that Soviets are very proud of the victory in the Second World War. This is another big myth, a lie. No sensible people would be proud to lose 20 millions of their countrymen in a war which was started by Genosse Hitler and Comrade Stalin and paid by American multinationals. Most of the Soviet citizens look at this type of monuments with disgust and sorrow, because every family lost father, brother, sister, or child in the Second World War. Yet American journalists who were trying to appease, to please their hosts, presented this picture on the centerfold as the symbol and personification of Soviet national, they call it Russian national spirit. And it was greatest misconception and a very tragic misunderstanding. Of course, Look magazine was not distributed in USSR. The main audience was in United States. But I presume that many Americans, millions of Americans who were reading Look magazine at that time, had absolutely wrong idea about the sentiments of my nation, about what the Soviets are proud of and what they hate. This is a group, you see the same lady with the sword in Stalingrad. This is the group of journalists. Myself is in the center with the same devilish smile. And Mr. Philip Harrington is on the extreme left there with his camera. This is the gentleman which was so deaf or so uninterested in what I had to say to him. This is the same.
I understand this whole thing is about narratives and optics. And Miss Nancy Pelosi says it constantly these days, that perception is reality. So when the government can basically control your perception by feeding you information that they want you to see, they control your reality. And for those of you who actually let that sink in, you know, we talk about sometimes if you tell a lie long enough, then, you know, people will believe it. But it really is about that perception, that narrative. And then making someone believe the reality that you want them to believe.
Same picture, a blow up of the same picture. Many guests from various countries, in this particular case from Asia and Africa, were taken by me as a Novosti press agency employee for a tour across Siberia, for example. We would show them typical kindergarten, you see, nothing special by American standards, just nice children sitting, eating their breakfast or lunch. What they could not understand, or they pretended not to understand, that this is an exemplary kindergarten.
Yeah, Mike, truth is definitely a lot stranger than fiction in a lot of cases. And that's the reason I've been wanting, this is a stream, to be honest with you guys, I've wanted to do for a while. To see just how many people were familiar with this, because it all comes down to trying to figure out the easiest way to put this. It all comes down to, are you willing to be the one to ask the questions? And it's not to be a douche to ask the questions, but are you willing to think for yourself? Are you willing to ask the questions, why? What is the game? what is the game that is being played? And especially for those who are looking at what we're looking at with, say, the Second Amendment these days, where you see that the court actually makes a truly constitutional decision, although I think they should have gone further in really getting into the right to bear arms. But you see the court make a really constitutional decision. And now you see part of this country, a large part of this country, that has never liked the right to bear arms, that has never liked self-defense, lose in actuality, they lose a few different cases in the Supreme Court that just rips power away from the government, and that's all they're worried about is whether or not they have power. So you see the propaganda keep getting pushed further and further and further. You see them start to push the narrative further and further and further. So, and people wonder sometimes why I'm like, hey, look, don't trust or don't rule out the government doing certain things. And some people jump up and down and say, oh, Coop, you're just being a fear monger or whatever. No, what I'm trying to do is tell you guys that our government will do anything, and it's Republican or Democrat, our government will do anything to maintain their power and control. And if you ever want to see say a wild animal, for instance, if you ever want to see a wild animal that normally wouldn't hurt anybody actually do some serious damage to somebody, put that animal in a corner. And that is where a lot of the elites are in this country right now. They are in a fucking corner.
This is not the kindergarten for average person or average family in USSR. And we maintain that illusion in their minds. You can see myself under the red spot in the middle there with the same business-like expression. I'm doing my job. That's what I'm assigned to do, and that's what I was paid to do. But deep inside, I still hope that at least some of these useful idiots would understand that what they are looking at has nothing to do with the level of affluence in my nation. This is a better picture which reflects the true spirit of the Soviet childhood. This picture was printed in a Canadian government publication by mistake. In the middle, you can see children playing on a small courtyard, and the caption goes, "This is a typical kindergarten in Siberia." What these idiots didn't understand, that it is not kindergarten at all. It is a prison for children of political prisoners. But there was not a single mentioning that what they were visiting actually was an area of concentration camps. And the job of people like myself to help them to not to notice that they are actually talking to prisoners. Most of the children were dressed, especially on the occasion of the foreigners' visit. Of course, there were no corpses on the ground. There were no machine gun guards. And it looks not very pleasant, as you see. It looks dull, but...
Yeah, you guys, I was looking at something else and I just saw the chat. So yeah, you guys are 100% right. The whole, straight out of V for Vendetta. Yeah. Let me let this play for a minute or two and let me dig up a couple of things real quick. I'll see whether I can. We'll see. Let me let this play though.
Obviously, it does not create an impression that this is actually a prison
Well, did any of the journalists have the curiosity to ask about prisons and that kind of thing?
Yes.
They were in Siberia. This
Yes.
is what you associate.
Yes, some of them asked questions, and naturally we would give them, for the stupid question, we give them stupid answer. No, there are no prisons in Siberia. No, most of the people who you see are free citizens of USSR. They are very happy to be here, and they are contributing to the glory of the socialist system. Some of them pretended that they believe what I was telling them, and most of them, we may discuss it later, what are the motivations of these people? Why would they stubbornly bring lies to their own population through their own mass media? I have various answers to this. There is not a single explanation. It's a complex of explanations. It's fear, pure biological fear. They understand that they are on the territory of an enemy state, a police state. And just to say their rotten skins and their miserable jobs, their affluence back home, they would prefer to tell a lie than to ask truthful questions and report truthful information. Second, most of these schmucks were afraid to lose their jobs because obviously if you tell truth about my country, you will not last long as a correspondent of New York Times or Los Angeles Times. They will fire you. What kind of correspondent are you? You obviously cannot find common language with Russians if they kick you out in 24 hours. So just by trying to be conformist to their own editorial bosses, they tried not to offend the sentiments of the Soviet administrators and people like myself. Deep inside, I hope they would insult my or offend my sentiments. Obviously, they preferred not to. Another reason, I refuse to believe it, but obviously, there is another reason. Obviously, it's a greed. These people earn a lot of money. When they come back to USA, they claim that they are experts in my country. They write books which sells in million copies, titled like Russians, The Truth About Russia. Most of it is lie about Russia. Yet they claim to be Sovietologists. They play back myth about my country, the propaganda cliches. Yet they stubbornly resist the word of truth. If a person like Solzhenitsyn is either defecting or kicked out of USSR, they try all their best to discredit him and to discourage him. I don't have much chance to appear on national network with a true story about my country. But a useful idiot like Hendrik Smith or Robert Kaiser, they are big heroes. They come back from USSR. They say, oh, we were talking to dissidents in Russia. Big deal. Soviet dissidents are chasing American correspondents in the streets. And they are cowardly escaping from these contacts. For some strange reason, if you want to know more about Spain, you refer to Spanish writers. If you want to learn more about French, you read French writers. Even about Antarctica, I bet you would read Penguins. Only about the Soviet Union, for some strange reason, you read Hendricks and Schmendricks and all kind of Kissingers, because they claim that they know more about my country. They know nothing, or next to nothing, or they pretend that they know more than they actually do. I would say they are dishonest people who lack integrity and common sense and intellectual honesty. They bring back all kinds of stories like that. A kindergarten in Siberia. Omitting the most important fact, it's a prison for children of political prisoners. Another greatest example of monumental idiocy of American politicians. Edward Kennedy was in Moscow, and he thought that he is a popular, charismatic American politician who is easygoing, who can smile, dance at the wedding in Russian Palace of Marriages. What he did not understand or maybe he pretended not to understand that actually he was being taken for a ride. This is a staged wedding especially to impress foreign media or useful idiots like Ed Kennedy. most of the guests there, they had security clearance, and they were instructed what to say to foreigners. This is exactly what I was doing. You can see me in the same damn wedding palace in Moscow where Ed Kennedy was dancing here. You see, smiling. He thinks he's very smart. From the viewpoint of Russian citizens who observe this idiocy, he's narrow-minded, egocentrical idiot who tries to earn his own popularity through through participation in propaganda farces like this. Here you can see myself. On the right, again, exemplary Soviet bride. On the left, 3 journalists from various countries, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Obviously, they enjoying the situation. They will go back home and write the reports. We were present on a regular Soviet wedding. They were not present on a regular Soviet wedding. They were present, they were part of a farce, of a circus performance. Another thing which I had to, sometimes risking my life, to explain to foreigners. Time magazine, for example, is very critical of South African racist regime. The whole article was dedicated to the shameful internal passport system where blacks are not allowing to live with whites. For some strange reason, for the last 14 years since my defection, nobody wanted to pay attention to my passport. This is my passport. It also shows my nationality, and it has a police rubber stamp, which is called propiska in Russian language, which assigns me to a certain area of residence. I cannot leave that area. Same way as this black man cannot leave the area in South Africa. Yet we call South African government racist regime. Not a single Jane Shmonda or Fonda is brave enough, courageous enough to come to media and say, look, this is what happens in USSR. I send a copy of my passport to many American liberals and civil rights defenders and all the other useful idiots. They never bothered to answer me back. This shows what kind of integrity, what kind of honesty these people are. They're a bunch of hypocrites because they don't want to recognize a good example of racism in my country. This is the first stage of befriending a professor. You can see myself on the left with the same James Bond smile. On the right is my KGB supervisor, Comrade Leonid Mitrokhin, and in the middle a professor of political science in Delhi University. The next stage would be to invite him to a gathering of Indo-Soviet Friendship Society. There he is sitting next to his wife before he is being sent to USSR for free trip. Everything is paid by the Soviet government. He was made to believe that he is invited to USSR because he is a talented, sober-thinking intellectual. Absolutely false. He is invited because he is a useful idiot, because he would agree and subscribe to most of the Soviet propaganda cliché. And when he is coming back to his own country, he is going for years and years to teach the beauties of Soviet socialism to newer and newer generations of his students, thus promoting the Soviet propaganda line. The KGB was even curious about this gentleman. It may look innocent. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, a great spiritual leader, or maybe a great charlatan and crook, depending on from which side you are looking at him. Beatles were trained at his ashram in Hardwar in India how to meditate. Mia Farrow and other useful idiots from Hollywood visited his...
Chaos, what's up? Dude, Mike, if someone's scamming or someone's posting in my comments or anything, the scams and shit like that, hit me up and let me know. I haven't seen them, but there are times where I've missed some stuff like that. And no, man, anybody in my chats or anybody in my comments saying, hey, you won some shit, do the same thing I do to them in John's chat all the time. Because I've had him in John's chat or John Crump's chat and some other guys' chat hit me up and be like, hey, you won All I do is I type him a response message and go, yeah, really? Because if I want anything, he knows how to get in touch with me. If I ever do some giveaway shit, I promise you guys, I will have a full-blown video of me Snoopy dancing and Cabbage Patching about some giveaway shit. But and we were just talking about, say, perception, reality, and Joe Biden's speech. So let me do something here, because this brings up an interesting deal. Let's see, because I think I got it downloaded. Which one is it? Let's see whether it's this one.
My fellow Americans,
I'm going to click through this for a second, and then I'll back it up.
challenge us. Republicans are to FBI
So
agents.
this video, you guys will see,
It is the work of our
person
time,
known
all
as
time.
Joe Biden's red speech. You guys will see that background is red, is it not? The whole way through, from here. Now you can see the Marines a little better in the background. Red all the way through, right? I'm not seeing shit. Chaos, you're right. The Fuhrer up here, everything's red in his background, right? And this will be, let's see, because we're going to remove that. Let me share this. Make sure I got the right one. Is it this one?
Only two I can see.
No, I clicked on the same one.
They're
Hold on.
entitled to be.
Coop's a retard. I just downloaded them real quick and I didn't name them.
She endures people who simply.
Okay. So you see the background's red right here, right? Everybody can see it's red.
Gyno-polished.
Now watch this. Watch the background.
And mean and nasty in America. I get it. I believe in the give and take of politics, in disagreement and debate and dissent. We're a big, complicated country. But democracy endures only if we, the people, respect the guardrails of the republic. Only if we, the people, accept the results of free and fair elections.
Real life change. Real life change.
See politics not as total war, but mediation
Real
of our
life
differences.
change.
Democracy cannot survive.
Change it some
when
more.
One side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated.
Change it some more.
And that's where the MAGA Republicans are today.
So everybody sees this, right? And you can kind of see over there on the right, which is kind of covered up, who exactly did this, because this was the only station that did this. They actually started to change the saturation on the background to make the background from this
there is a nation
red to this kind of purple.
They don't understand.
Blue, fuchsia, whatever you want to call it. So when we talk about it, and we've been through it this tonight, that, you know, the perception is the reality of people. When you watch certain outlets and you watch a speech from this fucking Muppet, and you hear him talk about the MAGA Republicans, you know what? Let's do this. We're going to have Coop's commentary.
The most extraordinary experiment of self-government the world has ever known. With three simple words: we the people.
Yes, we the people. people that this guy is so disconnected from, and never mind the fact that he forgot what he said like 2 seconds before then, but our elected parties are so disconnected from us American citizens and so disconnected from the truth of our Constitution that they will trample on our rights at any moment. And the propaganda machine, that subversion.
We, the people, these two documents and the ideas they embody, equality and democracy, are the rock upon which this nation is built. They're how we became the greatest nation on earth. They're
Now you guys remember that have been here for the entire night. Way back in Yuri's speech, talking about the whole equality argument and that being a house built on sand.
why, for more than 2 centuries, America has been a beacon to the world. But as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy.
There goes that little pesky word equality. And as far as democracy goes, the United States was meant to be a republic, not a democracy. In fact, our founders warned against democracy, saying it was a bigger threat to freedom than a standing army. But again, we get into the propaganda and words matter and focus-tested slogans.
Are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise. So tonight, I've come to this place where it all began to speak as plainly as I can.
You know, and that's got to be one of the things that pisses me off most about this entire speech, basically. He is standing there where our founders were. When our founders wrote some of the most important documents in human history, documents that restrained the power of government, and all he wants to do is give the government more power.
To the nation, about the threats we face, about the power we have in our own hands to meet these threats. And about
Yeah, Chaos, you're pretty much right there. When everybody, I'll say this, when everybody gained the right to vote for something like president, we lost that republic. We were never supposed to, your average person, me, you, anybody else in our average world, the president of the United States was the last thing we were supposed to worry about. We voted for local leaders. Local leaders voted for state leaders. State leaders voted for federal leaders. It made us completely connected and grounded to the people that were supposed to represent us. When we got to the point with the amendments and everything else where everybody, oh yeah, hey, everybody has this right. We basically became mob rule at that point. And the only thing that has saved us from complete collapse so far is the Electoral College. But even that at this point has become a fucking joke.
about the incredible future that lies in front of us if only we choose it. We must never forget, we the people are the true heirs of the American experiment that began more than 2 centuries ago. We the people have burning inside of each of us the flame of liberty that was lit here at Independence Hall. A flame that lit our way through abolition, the Civil War, suffrage, the Great Depression, world wars, civil rights. That sacred flame.
Notice almost everything that this dickhead mentions right there was negatively influenced by the Democrat Party. Just saying.
Still burns. Now in our time, as we build an America that is more prosperous, free, and just, that is the work of my presidency, a mission I believe in with my whole soul. But first, we must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear.
Now, understand this. I think that is one of the only times that he mentions our republic in this entire speech. You, me, anybody else who disagrees with the government line at this point, we are threats. And you guys have seen me do videos on hearings where we went through and people thought I was nuts for doing a hearing on domestic terrorism, because the whole point of the hearing was to make it out that if you disagreed with the government line, you are the domestic terrorist. And then we came out with this whole militant, violent extremist shit. If you don't think that things like the Patriot Act will be used against those who disagree with this motherfucker, you're wrong. I disagree with you to a point there, Chaos. The founding fathers came from these other systems, and they wrote these documents in a way to try to restrain the power of government as much as it could possibly be restrained and it still be functional. That being said, that is why you see a lot of the amendments that have happened that just continue to give the federal government more power than the state governments have.
Very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans.
So he says there that the majority of Republicans aren't MAGA Republicans. Then he turns around and says that the majority of the party is dominated or influenced by them. Understand, the only Republicans that this motherfucker agrees with are people like Liz Cheney and probably Adam Kinzinger and what's old numbnuts from Louisiana who agreed with all this gun control shit. And again, remember, this whole background stays red to a point and then starts to drop off to another color, but only for this one station.
Republicans. And that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I'm an American president, not a president of red America, blue America, but of all America. And I believe it's my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult no matter how painful. And here, in my view, is what is true. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people.
Okay. So I would very much be considered a MAGA Republican by this walking fucking potato. I have deep love for this country. I have deep love for the rule of law in most cases. I have deep love for our Constitution. I have deep love for the right of the individual to pursue life, liberty, and happiness, as long as that pursuit doesn't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property.
They refuse to accept the results of a free election, and they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies, empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself. MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards to an America where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love.
Yeah, I would like to take this country very much backwards, with a couple of differences that this fucker does not understand. I would like to see us go back to our founding documents, where we were all endowed by our Creator. I would like to see us go back to our founding documents where the government was restrained. I would like to see us go back to our original constitutional rights that weren't granted to us by government, but they were supposed to be protected by the government, not trampled by the government.
They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, to the very soul of this country. They look at the mob that stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th, brutally attacking law enforcement, not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots. And they see their MAGA failure to stop a peaceful transfer of power after the 2020 election as preparation for the 2022 and 2024 elections.
Oh yeah, dude, chaos. This is something that I've told my wife, I've told many people. Anything these Democrats accuse you of, anything these leftists accuse you of, is the shit they're actually doing. And I've known people like that personally in my life that will accuse you of everything. And it's to take the heat off themselves because they're actually doing that which they accuse you of doing. It's a form of omission.
They're trying.
Or omitting, I should say. And omission. They omit the fact that they're actually doing it. It is actually an omission that they are doing it. It's kind of this weird binary thing. And we all know the left understands binary. Because for fuck's sake, the rest of us with any brains don't.
Everything last time to nullify the votes of 81 million people. This time, they're determined to succeed in thwarting the will of the people. That's why respected conservatives like Federal Circuit Court Judge Michael Luttig has called Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans, quote, a clear and present danger to our democracy. But while the threat to
again, notice he says our democracy here. But understand a lot of what this media narrative and the narrative that he's pushing is trying to do, which is to absolutely dehumanize and, well, yeah, and kind of demoralize those that don't agree with the government line here. I have trying to figure out how to really put that. I'll say this. I have questions on how it is that some people can't see this for what it is.
American democracy is real, I want to say as clearly as we can, we are not powerless in the face of these threats. We are not bystanders in this ongoing attack on democracy. There are far more Americans from every background and belief who reject the extreme MAGA ideology than those that accept it. And folks, it's within our power, it's in our hands, yours and mine, to stop the assault on American democracy. I believe America is at an inflection point, one of those moments that determine the shape of everything that's to come after. And now, America must choose to move forward or to move backwards, to build a future or obsess about the past, to be a nation of hope and unity and optimism, or a nation of fear, division, and of darkness. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies. But together we can choose a different path. We can choose a better path forward to the future. A future of possibility, a future to build and dream and hope. And we're on that path moving ahead. I know this nation. I know you, the American people. I know your courage. I know your hearts. And I know our history. This is a nation that honors our Constitution. We do not reject it. This is a nation that believes in the rule of law. We do not repudiate it. This is a nation that respects free and fair elections. We honor the will of the people. We do not deny it. And this is a nation that rejects violence as a political tool. We do not encourage violence. We are still an America that believes in honesty.
This guy says they don't encourage violence, although they will not even acknowledge groups like Antifa. They will not condemn groups like Black Lives Matter, who have basically been at the center of many murders of African American people and multiple people getting their businesses burned and looted. And his own vice president has actively campaigned to raise money to raise bail for these people who were caught doing these things. They have actively encouraged violence. Oh, I know, Bacon, what the Marines in the background right here are thinking, which is, holy fuck, why me?
And decency and respect for others. Patriotism, liberty, justice for all, hope, possibilities. We are still, at our core, a democracy.
No, we're not a democracy. We were never meant to be a democracy. Again, our founders warned us against being a democracy. But you want us to be a democracy because you understand you can control the masses and their perception and their reality, and you can use them to keep yourself in power. And if it's not you in power, it will still be someone of your political vein that will be in power. Propaganda, kids. That's how we started tonight out. And yeah, well, here we go.
Yet, history tells us that blind loyalty to a single leader and a willingness to engage in political violence is fatal to democracy.
No, those kind of things actually keep democracy alive. You want to know what keeps freedom and republics alive is not the blind loyalty to a person. It is the absolute loyalty to a set of ideals like life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. I don't have the right to unduly use violence against you, and you don't unduly have the right to use violence against me. Those are the ideals that keep someone free.
For a long time, we've told ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed, but it's not. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it.
I hate to pause it again that quick, but he is telling you their game plan. To keep this movement of democracy, they are going to get as violent as they have to. And here's the kicker. They are going to try to get you to get violent in reaction to them so that they can use you as a scapegoat to get more fucking power.
Each and every one of us. That's why tonight I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology. We're all called by duty and conscience to confront extremists who put their own pursuit of power above all else. Democrats, independents, mainstream Republicans. We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy than MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy.
I would very much like to destroy American democracy, and I would like my republic back, please. Because you see, in a republic, there are checks and balances. Just because the masses feel one way doesn't mean they get to take the right of the minority. That is the upside to a republic. All these focused, tested goddamn slogans and shit he's going through. And of course, we'll get to the point where, of course, they try to change the lighting in the background to try to make this motherfucker look like, I don't know, not the dickhead from V from Vendetta. I just, for the life of me, I don't see people. I do. Fuck me. I do see how people can be this asleep. I just can't fit it into my own head.
We, the people, will not let anyone or anything tear us apart. Today, there are dangers around us we cannot allow to prevail. We hear, you've heard it, more and more talk about violence as an acceptable political tool in this country. It's not. It can never be an acceptable tool. So I want to say this plain and simple. There is no place for political violence in America, period. None, ever.
Okay. I'll pause this right here for just a second. I can go find videos right now where no less than probably 10 times where Donald Trump unequivocally denied white supremacy, racism, and all that. And he did it many, many times. Can you find me a single fucking video, a single breath where this cocksucker actually said that Antifa and Black Lives Matter and a lot of other leftist groups were not justified in their violence? And it's getting late and I'm getting a little pissed. Here we come with the share the pain stream part of this. But when he says he doesn't support political violence, he's a fucking liar. Because he does support the violence. He just supports it when it's on his end.
We saw law enforcement brutally attacked on January 6th. We've seen election officials, poll workers, many of them volunteers of both parties, subject to intimidation and death threats. And can you believe it? FBI agents, just doing their job as directed, facing threats to their own lives from their own fellow citizens. On top of that, there are public figures today, yesterday, and the day before predicting and all but calling for mass violence and rioting in the streets. This is inflammatory. It's dangerous. It's against the rule of law. And we, the people, must say, this is not who we are.
Okay, so here's a point that I will bring to the court and just let everybody propound upon this. We watched cities get burnt to the fucking ground for what, 2 years, 3 years. And Joe up here wasn't saying nothing about it. Because, well, those weren't freedom-loving Republicans in the streets doing it. Now, January 6th happens, and there are people at the Capitol who don't go burn down a 7-Eleven. They take up their gripes in the very halls of the people they have an issue with. And they're all of a sudden the biggest threat to America that has ever existed. They're not a threat to America. They were a threat to your power. When they talk about January 6th being the worst attack ever, and realize you can very much look up and find that these Democrats said that it was worse than 9/11. I'm sorry, 9/11, there were almost 3,000 people that died. January 6th, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 people. The only one that died from a weapon, well, let me see. She got shot in the neck from a Capitol police officer. I watched live streams that entire day. I watched people in that crowd call out a chick with a knife to the cops, telling the cops, she has a weapon, come get her. But people fall for the propaganda. You have people today, I work with people that believe that January 6th was the worst attack on America that has ever existed. I really can't say what I want to actually say.
Ladies and gentlemen, We can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. They're incompatible. We can't allow violence to be normalized in this country. It's wrong. We each have to reject political violence with all the moral clarity and conviction this nation can muster. Now, we can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined, for that is a path to chaos. Look, I know politics can be fierce and mean and nasty in America. I get it. I believe in the give and take of politics, in disagreement and debate and dissent.
No, he
We're
doesn't.
a big, complicated country. But democracy endures only if we, the people, respect the guardrails of the republic. Only if we, the people, accept the results of free and fair elections.
Okay, so he mentioned republic 2 times so far. He's mentioned democracy God knows how many times. Fuck, I lost count.
Only if we, the people, see politics.
Okay. So you guys see the lighting in the background, right? I mean, I know you're paying attention to him and his bullshit speech, but it goes from, let's see, we're at 12:50 here. So from 12:23, 12:30, 12:37, so about 12:40. Say 12:39, the color in the background starts to change.
Not as total war, but mediation of our differences. Democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only 2 outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated. And that's where the MAGA Republicans are today.
This part really fucking kills me, because we can go back and we can look at past elections where Democrats have lost, and there have been major mainstream Democrats who all they can talk about is they were cheated out of that election when they lost. Look at Stacey Abrams, big fat ass with a gap so big you could park parallel park her bus in between her front teeth, still talking about the fact that she was cheated out of the election with Kemp. I mentioned that one because at the time when I got to vote against that fat motherfucker, I was living in Georgia. You can go back and you can find where there were plenty of Democrats during the counting of the votes in Congress who wanted those votes not counted. But the majority of Americans are so fucking stupid that they buy what this asshole's saying. Like an Eskimo buying ice cubes because he doesn't have enough fucking ice.
They don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. It's fundamental. American democracy only works only if we choose to respect the rule of law and the institutions that were set up in this chamber behind me. Only if we respect our legitimate political differences. I will not stand by and watch. I will not, the will of the American people, be overturned by wild conspiracy theories and baseless evidence-free claims of fraud. I will not stand by and watch elections in this country stolen by people who simply refuse to accept that they lost. I will not stand by and watch the most fundamental freedom in this country, the freedom to vote, and have your vote counted and be taken from you and the American people. Look, As your president, I will defend our democracy with every fiber of my being, and I'm asking every American to join me.
Yeah. Oh, please, God, man against the masses. I wish you were in here because I have a perfect image in my head for that picture right there. Of course, you want to defend your democracy. In your democracy, it's mob rule. In your democracy, you get to tell the masses what to think, and those masses do your bidding. See, in a republic, it doesn't matter whether 88% of the people decide they don't like something, they still don't get to take it away from the minority without having to go through a process. And yeah, look, 100% honesty, and people have heard me say it before. I voted for Trump the first time because I knew Hillary was a known quantity. AIDS is AIDS, baby. It just is. So if I had a choice in between two chicks, one had AIDS, I knew 100% she had AIDS, and there was another chick that I had no idea about. Guess who I'm going to sleep with? The chick I don't have any idea about. That was my original vote for Trump. I knew Hillary had AIDS. I've been awake a little while, kids. I already knew. So Trump was an unknown to me. I knew he was a business guy. He had a reputation for what the fuck. Okay, so what?
Throughout our history, America's often made the greatest progress coming out of some of our darkest moments, like you're hearing in that bullhorn. I believe we can and must do that again, and we are. MAGA Republicans look at America and see carnage and darkness and despair. They spread fear and lies. Lies told for profit and power. But I see a different America. An America with an unlimited future. An America that's about to take off. I hope you see it as well. Just look around. I believe we could lift America from the depths of COVID. So we passed the largest economic recovery package since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And today, America's economy is faster.
Again, things I can't fit into my head. When you look at Roosevelt and his plans for the economy, he made things much worse. This particular specimen and his economic plans are going to make things much worse. Now, they share a common thread. Roosevelt was going to pack the Supreme Court because he didn't like the Supreme Court was standing up to him and telling him that things he wanted to do were unconstitutional. We've heard that same rhetoric from this jackass who wants to pack the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court has actually had the balls to check his power. With Roosevelt, we ended up with the 1934 NFA. Now, we're getting close to the midterms, which I will be very much interested in. I want to see how this actually shakes out. It has worried me that the Democrats have not packed the Supreme Court yet. People wonder, well, Coop, why would that worry you? Because I figured they would have done it already if they were worried about losing the midterm elections. if Democrats aren't worried about losing the midterm elections, that makes me even more scared as to what they will do after the midterm elections.
Stronger than any other advanced nation in the world. We have more to go. I believe we could build a better America. So we passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And we've now embarked on a decade of rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, highways, ports, water systems, high-speed internet, railroads. I believe we could make America safer. So we passed the most significant gun safety law since President Clinton. I believe.
And why does he keep pounding on the phrase? And this is, it's rattling around in the back of my head, and I can't get it to the front of my head. Why does he keep pounding on this whole "I believe" phrase right here? And that's an honest question, because, like I said, there's a thought bumbling around back here that I can't get to the front of my head and out of my face. Is it just because he's trying to get people, get that phrase "believe" embedded in their heads so that they fall in line? Because any of us that have done any research into what he just mentioned, which was the assault weapons ban under Clinton, realize that it didn't do jack shit to stop a single crime. In fact, what actually stopped crime and started to lower crime from the 90s into the 2000s was the fact that you took violent people and you put them in prison and you kept them in prison. As much as I absolutely disagree with things like mandatory minimums and some of the other shit that were involved in these bills, there was a proven method for lowering crime rates. You take violent people who prey on innocent people, and you take those violent people and you put them behind bars where they can no longer prey on innocent people. Yeah, Mike McLean, that's kind of the feel that I was getting from some of that is this whole Martin Luther King kind of feel. I believe. There's a comedy sketch in the back of my head too that's rattling around that's probably competing for the same thing, but
We could go from being the highest cost of prescriptions in the world to making prescription drugs and healthcare more affordable. So we passed the most significant healthcare reform since President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act. And I believe we could create a clean energy future and save the planet. So we passed the most important climate initiative ever. The cynics and the critics tell us nothing can get done, but they're wrong. There is not a single thing America cannot do, not a single thing beyond our capacity if we do it together. It's never easy, but we're proving that America, no matter how long the road, progress does come. Look, I know the last few years have been tough, but today, COVID no longer controls our lives. More Americans are working than ever. Businesses are growing. Our schools are open.
When he says more Americans are working than ever, they're pretty much denying the fact that there are millions of people that are not working right now who merely aren't counted under the unemployment rolls because they're not getting unemployment anymore. Which is why I can't go anywhere without seeing a help wanted sign right now. And I have so many fucking problems in supply chains that it's not even funny. every time I talk to any of my suppliers for materials, it's the same story. They can't get anybody to stay working. And even if they do have people on staff, then the people they get their materials from can't get people to come to work. Perception and reality, propaganda, tying those two together. He is slinging so much of that propaganda right now, it ceased being funny 5 days ago. But people actually buy what this moron is saying. And the sad part is, there is a majority of this country that either buy what he's saying or they don't even hear it. They don't care.
Millions of Americans have been lifted out of poverty. Millions of veterans once exposed to toxic burn pits will now get what they deserve for their families and their compensation. American manufacturing has come alive across the heartland, and the future will be made in America. No matter what the white supremacists and the extremists say, I made a bet on you, the American people, and that bet is paying off, proving that from darkness, the darkness of Charlottesville, of COVID, of gun violence, of insurrection, we can see the light. Light is now visible. Light that will guide us forward, not only in words, but in actions. Actions for you, for your children, for your grandchildren, for America. Even in this moment, with all the challenges we face, I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Not because of me, but because of who you are. We're going to end cancer as we know it. Mark my words. We're going to create millions of new jobs in a clean energy economy. We're going to think big. We're going to make the 21st century another American century, because the world needs us to. That's where we need to focus our energy. Not in the past, not on divisive culture wars, not on the politics.
Okay, so not on the past, not on divisive culture wars, but you and your party believe that simply because I have light skin that I am responsible for slavery that happened well before I was born. You and your party believe, since I am lighter skinned, that I am somehow racist merely because I am lighter skinned. So, again, let me...
grievance, but on a future we can build together. The MAGA Republicans believe that for them to succeed, everyone else has to fail. They believe America is not like I believe about America. I believe America is big enough for all of us to succeed. And that is the nation we're building, a nation where no one is left behind. I ran for president because I believe we're in a battle for the soul of this nation. I still believe that to be true. I believe the soul is the breath, the life, and the essence of who we are. The soul is what makes us, us. The soul of America is defined by the sacred proposition that all are created equal in the image of God, that all are entitled to be treated with decency, dignity, and respect, that all deserve justice and a shot at lives of prosperity and consequence, and that democracy must be defended, for democracy makes all these things possible. Folks,
democracy makes none of those things possible. Matter of fact, democracy is purest form, ensures none of those things will be possible. And yeah, I mean, this is the dude who said his administration would cure cancer. pretty much promised it on the campaign trail.
And it's up to us. Democracy begins and will be preserved in we, the people's habits of the heart, in our character, optimism that is tested yet endures, courage that digs deep when we need it, empathy that fuels democracy, the willingness to see each other not as enemies but as fellow Americans. Look,
this guy just called half of the country enemies of the state, and now he wants to say that each of us needs to see each other as a human and an American. Whoever writes his speeches really needs to grab the heaviest object that they can find in their local hardware store and beat themselves in the face with it until they knock some sense into themselves.
Democracy isn't perfect. It always has been. Notwithstanding those folks you hear on the other side there. They're entitled to be outrageous. This is a democracy. But history and common sense good manners is nothing they've ever suffered from. But history and common sense tell us that opportunity, liberty, and justice for all are most likely to come to pass in a democracy. We have never fully realized the aspirations of our founding, but every generation has opened those doors a little bit wider to include more people who have been excluded before. My fellow Americans, America is an idea, the most powerful idea in the history of the world, and it beats in the hearts of the people of this country. It beats in all our hearts. It unites America. It is the American creed, the idea that America guarantees that everyone be treated with dignity. It gives hate no safe harbor. It installs in everyone the belief that no matter where you start in life, there's nothing you can't achieve. That's who we are. That's what we stand for.
This guy is the head of a party that will literally tell you that if you are a darker color, that you can't do anything on your own. That the government needs to save you because you are oppressed. That's this one thing I have plenty of beef with Barack Obama and his administration. One thing I will never forgive him for is the fact that he couldn't stand up in front of America and say, look at me, I'm this fucking color. And even if you are this color or even darker, that there's nothing you cannot do if you actually work towards it. I have plenty of beef with the man on a lot of issues. However, that part for me is unfucking forgivable. That the president of the goddamn United States, as a black man, half black man, however you want to put it, could not tell people with the same skin tone to get up and live your life, and your choices decide what happens to you. Yeah, Mike, if you actually think that the government is the answer to any of your issues, you need to seriously reevaluate where you are at in life.
That's what we believe. And that's precisely what we're doing. Opening doors, creating possibilities, focusing on the future. And we're only just beginning. Our task is to make our nation free and fair, just and strong, noble and whole. And this work is the work of democracy, the work of this generation. It is the work of our time, for all time. We can't afford to leave anyone on the sidelines. We need everyone to do their part. So speak up, speak out, get engaged, vote, vote, vote. And if we do our duty,
Yeah, and Bacon, like I said, that's something that as many beefs as I have with Barack Obama, as many issues as I have with his policies, for him not to be able to stand in front of the United fucking States as a black man with a black wife, with black children, and tell every person that they could do the same as him, that to me is the unforgivable sin from his presidency. And I have plenty of other issues with the man, but that tops my fucking list. And it's the same with a lot of liberals or leftists or statists that make it big. Because there are very few of them that will tell people, one, life ain't goddamn fair. Life is going to beat you into the ground if you let it. But if you do very simple things in this life, you will have a much better chance at being successful versus living in the government's pocket.
in 2022 and beyond, then ages still to come will say, we, all of us here, we kept the faith. We preserved democracy. We heeded our worst. We heeded not our worst instincts, but our better angels. We proved that for all its imperfections, America is still the beacon to the world, an ideal to be realized, a promise to be kept. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred, nothing more American. That's our soul. That's who we truly are. And that's who we must always be. I have no doubt, none, that this is who we will be, and that we'll come together as a nation that will secure our democracy, that for the next 200 years, we'll have what we had the past 200 years, the greatest nation on the face of the earth. We just need to remember who we are. We are the United States of America, the United States of America. And may God protect our nation, and may God protect all those who stand watch over our democracy. God bless you all. Democracy. Thank you.
All right, so that's the end of that, and I'm going to bounce in just a second. I do want to leave you guys with a couple of thoughts. Realize we've been going for fucking almost 5 hours, and I wasn't planning on staying that long. But hey, life's life. Here's the couple thoughts I will leave you guys with. One, question everything. The left in this country used to be good about pushing that point. Question everything. Don't trust anybody over, I think one was don't question anybody, or don't trust anybody over 30 something. I can't remember what it was. Question everything. Ask why. What is the purpose? What form will this take? when you question people's motives, put them into a couple of general categories. Will this make people more free or less free? Will this deprive someone of a right or not deprive someone of a right? And I know there are people out there who go, but Coop, you believe in bans on abortion. Yes, I do. Because in 99.8% of the cases, a woman has a decision whether or not that she performs an act that will cause pregnancy in the first place. In 100% of the cases, the child is not responsible for the act that was committed that created the pregnancy. And when a woman becomes pregnant, well, it's not just her body. It is the child growing inside her that is a life that needs to be protected. Would you get out of my way, cat? So I can pretty much put that in the filter of, even though the life is growing inside of the woman, she still doesn't have the right to wrongfully deprive that life of liberty and property and all that. Even if she's paying someone else to do it, she doesn't have the right to. It's no different than me hiring a fucking hitman to take care of someone for me. So there's that. Also, when we ask why, when we ask how something works, understand that I've said this before, my rights end at your nose, your rights end at my nose. No problem. If I am not unduly depriving you of life, liberty, or property, why should the government even be involved in my life or your life? Why are there crimes where machine guns? Let's use machine guns. Shits and giggles. If I have 47 machine guns behind me and I never hurt anybody unduly with those machine guns, why is it an issue for the government? Again, why? It's one of those issues where when you are very close to raising young kids like I am right now, and they ask you why 47,000 times, it might get a little annoying. But we, as people who like to think for ourselves, need to be the people asking the question, why? What is to gain? Who benefits? So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I love every one of you guys. You are some of the coolest cats on this goddamn planet. And as much as I really like to share the pain with you guys, I am sorry for causing you so much heartache. I'm serious, man. You guys are some of the coolest cats on this damn planet. Always be cool. Hit me up. Anytime you guys want to shoot the shit, do whatever, need plasma cuts, or fuck, you just feel like goddamn venting, man, hit me up. I love you guys to death. And I'm ending this shit here. I got to get up in just a couple hours. So hopefully we had a little fun tonight. Hopefully we provoked some thought, because that's the ultimate exercise for the entire night, is to just, stick a little bit more provocation out there to get people to use a few more of those brain cells. Although I'm running sorely low on those kinds of things. So anyway, guys, I love you, perps. I'm actually out this time. You guys be cool, and hopefully I will catch you guys next Sunday night, and we'll do another Share the Pain stream. So you guys take them easy. Later.